welcome back to Nintagious. As you can see, we have a little bit of a delay. But at least look over here, cat. Hey. There you go. Show everybody how pretty you are. Show everybody how pretty you are. Beautiful. There you go. There you go. So she's content, I guess. Otherwise, I woke up pretty late, so apologies for the delay otherwise. I think I accidentally turned my alarm off while I was snoozing it, which is my fault. I shouldn't have been snoozing it in the first place. But why are you squirming? Why are you squirming? Also had a pretty bad headache all day. So if we weren't playing Mario Kart tonight, I probably would have canceled the stream, to be honest. But I really wanted to play more Mario Kart. So I'm gonna power through. Although the headache's faded by now, so it's kind of whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But anyway, how's everybody doing tonight? Hope the answer is well. Like Gazer and Riley, how you guys doing? And anyone else that might be about. Hi, Kitty. You're cute. You're gonna be a good girl. First, I need my drink. Are you playing tonight, like Gazer? You haven't played with us yet. I get the impression that you're in a similar situation that I am, where you constantly have you have like an endless list of things to do. So I understand if you wouldn't want to. What are you doing? You're weird. JMT, how's it going? I mean, that counts as other things that you want to do, for sure. I wasn't talking just responsibilities. I was talking all things in general. Meow. Fortunately, I'm not in that place that I was in last week where... And I mean, I had fun playing it, but like when I started... When I decided to play some Pokemon Unite and work through the event that they had... That's almost 2 years. It said 13 months. YouTube. Hi. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so every night I was like, I have to play like those. We were talking a lot about live service games yesterday, right? And part of what I don't like about live service games, and like this is by design, so I can't hold it against them too much, is that they're kind of all designed to be your one game, right? So when I was in that state of playing Pokemon Unite, I was like, oh, now I have to play, like, every day. And on top of that, I had Switch Sports, which I was like, I have to put in some hours on that, like every couple of days. And that started to get to a point where I was like, there's just too much going on. So I'm glad that I kind of finished those. I'm very, like, slow, just because, I think because of that headache. I'll pull myself out of it. Also, thank you. I don't think the alert went off for that one, but thank you for the continued support. I gotta make a... You know what? I'm off tomorrow. I'm gonna make a point of doing this. I'm gonna put it up on my whiteboard right now so that I remember to do it. It's already up there. I just forgot. It's right on the side. Just put a star next to it in a different color so that I can remember it. I gotta make a custom alert for gifts. And fix some of the other alerts. Because some of them are like... I'm sure you've noticed this, Light Gazer. Anyone who's set up alerts through Streamlabs has probably noticed this. If, your sound files need, like, a little bit of buffer at the beginning of them. Because otherwise they skip when the alert starts. And I grabbed a sound pack of all of the sound effects from Sonic Mania. That's how I got the continue sound. And they're all, like, cropped really tightly, so they all skip when the alert starts. So I have to go in and just add a little bit of buffer to fix those. And I've just been putting it off. I'm lazy. Whenever I think about, oh yeah, I should do that, I'm like, how often do people, like, gift memberships? Who cares? But I should get it done anyway. It isn't letting you claim one. It might be a YouTube problem, if I had to guess. I think it still might be a little buggy. Because realistically, we should be seeing, like, Scarlet getting one or something. Like, there are a bunch of people that were active yesterday that don't have memberships. So, you think that it would be automatically assigning those, and it isn't. So I think YouTube's just being finicky, if I had to guess. Alright, I think if you're on your way, JMT, I'll probably wait for you to join and then join off of you. If you're not looking to play just yet, that's also fine, no pressure. Because if Riley and I are like the initial joiners, we're just gonna see 200cc and Mirror fucking constantly, and it sucks. So, and we're gonna see, like, you know, 7 Waluigis a match and shit like that. And no one wants that. Also, congratulations on the Baja Gold, Riley. Had you tried that one yet? That one was... I really liked that one. Both of them were good. The, what was the mango one called? Mango Gem or something? They were both pretty good. They picked Excitebike right away, so you left. In before Excitebike. I didn't think it would be the first fucking round of the night, but I had an idea that I wasn't sure if I loved the idea of it, so I didn't do it. I didn't rush to set it up today, but I had an idea to make a bingo card for Mario Kart 8 nights that are just all of the courses. And like, maybe if we get bingo and fill up, and like, if we would get bingo, I'd gift 1 membership, and if we fill up the entire card, I'd gift 1 membership. And I guess the idea would be there would be any of you that are playing would have reason to pick those different courses, I guess. I don't know how interesting it would be, though. It was just an idea I had. Might do it next time, though. I was actually thinking... I don't know, I guess I need to poll some of you guys that play Mario Golf and find out what your opinion is. I was thinking about not doing Mario Golf next week and just doing more Mario Kart. I know Riley's gonna be like, Pog, do more Mario Kart, but I need to check with the people who actually like have an interest in playing golf to find out if that's an idea or not. Scarlett, how's it going? How's work? What do you do if you don't mind me asking? Did it ever play the membership alert? I didn't have my headphones on at the time, so maybe I just missed it. Works slow right now. You'll love to hear it. Yeah, played the renewing one. I don't think it played the gift membership. But maybe that's because YouTube's janky and it doesn't seem to be actually... Oh, it did play the other alert? Okay. Yeah, I just gotta come up with a custom one. It took me a while to decide what to do, and then once I decided, I was like, that's not as easy as just looking up a sound effect. I'm gonna have to, like, edit it myself. Yeah, that one. Thank you for the gift membership, Theo. YouTube seems to not be handing them out correctly right now, but still appreciate it. I don't know what happens if they don't get correctly handed out. Back on it's got to be fucking Snowland, baby. Back on that first Fall Guys stream when I gifted 5, I think one of those wasn't redeemed, and I'm like, so what happened? Did I still get that money? I'm confused. Like what happens when they don't get redeemed? Because the other people still had memberships, so it wasn't like, oh, well, one didn't get claimed, so they're just gonna all get refunded. It seems like it might be a little janky for on YouTube's end tonight, which is unfortunate. You'll love to see it. The only thing you hate to see is I don't think Riley's in yet, so no Snowland for Riley. You hate to see it. Yeah, I would, like, not recommend, especially here, for anybody to gift, like, 5 is probably fine. I wouldn't recommend 10 by any stretch of the imagination. I can't imagine being in a situation where they all get claimed. I'm sure there are some streams where it could happen, but seems unlikely. Which, yeah, thankfully you can do one at a time now. It was kind of dumb that they didn't have that right away, but if the feature is still a little buggy, I could understand why they are rolling it out slowly, honestly. That's fair. Well played. I'm a little torn on this course still, because it's kind of just basic, but it's also nice. There's nothing crazy going on this course, you know what I mean? But it's also just pleasant. You have to be kidding me. It's gonna be one of those fucking nights, let me tell you. How was I only in third? Who was in first? That black shy guy? Oh, I guess I passed him at, like, at the finish line, but it wasn't enough to actually, like, win it. We hate to see it. It's gotta be Animal Crossing, baby. But yeah, case in point with what I was saying to you, like, Azer, I was thinking about doing another movie night on Discord tomorrow, but, like, there's so many other things that I want to do. It's unfortunate that I just took those, like, 4 days off, and, like, I didn't really get anything done. I just played a bunch of Xenoblade, and it's like, I had a good time doing it, so, and it was one of the things that I wanted to do, so it wasn't a total loss, but I'm also like, damn, there's all this other stuff I could have gotten done too. I think that's why I said, okay, now I'm not gonna play it for a couple nights, because I don't want it to completely consume my nights, and then I'm not gonna get other things done. Including not playing other games. Now, thankfully, I'm not playing a lot of other games off stream, so it kind of has that time slot to itself. Most other games I'm playing right now are just stream games. With the exception of I need to try and do a bunch of monster hunting to try and get my ranks up for next week, but... I'm still waiting for the day where I'm like, damn, I want to play some Animal Crossing. But I think the thing is I'm just... There's so many other things I want to play that it's just not... Hasn't... The itch hasn't hit strong enough or at a point where I have nothing else to do. I made a mistake. How's your, how's stuff on your end, Theo? With the heat and everything, and the gaming. I did not mean to, I'm sorry. It's just a reflex. Just gonna hold down third, that's fine. I'm happy with that. thought about getting like a one-room air conditioner, either like a portable one or just a window unit for in here. Because I tend to like it a little bit colder than like everybody else in the house. It hasn't really been an issue this year though, aside from like through July. I don't think I got a good night's sleep through all of July because the weather was just not compatible. I've been lucky lately, like it's been in the 80s this week, but it's been overcast as hell like every single day. So it hasn't really been that bad. Oh, that would be way too cold for me. That's what happened on Saturday, this past Saturday. I guess I didn't actually tell this story like fully. I talked about it briefly on the Discord, but that was about it. I woke up Saturday night, the night I had off, and I think I woke up around like 8 o'clock, which is like, you know, around when I would normally start getting up, and I was like, all right, it's a night off. I'm gonna get a little bit of extra sleep because I actually like slept pretty well, and I was like, what the hell? I'm just gonna grab a little extra sleep. And then I think I woke up like an hour and a half later, shivering, and I was like, it is so cold in here. What the hell happened? And I looked at my phone, and the phone was like, it's like 63 out. And I was like, okay, that's part of it. That makes sense. That's probably why it's so cold in here. And then, like, I sleep with a fan on, so I didn't notice right away. And once I got up and turned the fan off, I was like, why is the air conditioning running right now? When it's 63 out, why is the air conditioner running? And I went out, and the thermostat was unresponsive. And I was like, cool, I have the exact opposite issue that Theo has. My air conditioner won't stop working. Okay, now what? And my first thought was, well, the batteries are dead, so I just gotta replace the batteries, and then everything should be fine. And then, sure enough, I didn't have any AAA batteries, so I took some batteries out of the TV remote, put it in the thermostat, and still nothing, and I was like, oh shit, so this is a serious problem, right? So then that's why I took off Sunday night, because all of Sunday I had to flip the circuit breaker to turn off the air conditioning. Because it was so cold that night that I was like, I don't need the air conditioner running right now. That's just gonna destroy the power bill, and I don't really want that. I'm very curious to know how cold it actually was in here. Anyway, fast forward then to Monday night. And I called somebody Saturday night and said, we need AAA batteries. Could you bring some home with you? And I forgot to tell them that I tried other batteries and it didn't work, so that wasn't the problem. And they got them anyway. So I tried them with fresh AAA batteries, and then it was fine. And the thermostat started back up, and everything was fine after that. So it turned out to be a non-issue, but for a minute, I was like, this is bad news. At the time, the forecast said it was going to be in the 70s all week, so I was like, alright, that shouldn't be too bad. And then the forecast changed, and they were like, oh no, it's going to be in the 80s all day. Or in all week, so enjoy. But yeah, Saturday was interesting, because I woke up with the air conditioner having ran for like 2 or 3 hours straight. On a day where it did not need to be running that much, because it wasn't that cold. Or wasn't that hot, rather. I did really bad on that one. Even 60, if it's like really humid, even 60 can be kind of nasty, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong, once winter comes around, I'm gonna be like so happy. Because the thing with cold is that you can fix it. You can put on a sweatshirt. Or you can grab a blanket. You can fix that. But heat, like, if it gets really hot, there's only so much, especially, like, when you're on camera, there's only so much clothing you can take off. And even then, you're eventually going to reach a point where you're like, this isn't helping. This sucks. So yeah, come winter, I'm gonna be like, this is awesome. Even that Saturday night where it was in the 60s and it was like outright chilly in here and I was shivering all night, I was like, this is awesome. I love this. This is so good. More of this, please. Knock wood. I don't know if this table's actually made out of wood, but knock wood. I think the heat wave here at least is over. It seems like August is going to be a little bit more reasonable, which I'm very thankful for. Just normal summer weather instead of... I mean, it's still 80s, and that was just terrible. And that might be intolerable to a lot of people, but that's like normal summer. That's like... I'm not upset about it. I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's summer, what can you do? Compared to July, where it was in the 90s every day, and I was like mid-90s, which is insane for fucking Pennsylvania. Here comes Theo. King Boo himself. Why am I so bad at dodging that on this particular race? Oh my god. You know what sucks is I was just thinking, like, this morning, I thought of another game where I was like, oh, I should totally play this on stream, and I forget, and I've been trying since I woke up to remember what that game was, and I cannot remember. It was something where I was like, oh, after I finish Koromon, I could sneak that in really quick before we, like, do whatever's next. Great, there's a fly in here already. The flies have been fucking... ever since the heat wave stopped, there's been flies everywhere. That was interesting. Great. Yeah, I guess for reference, I keep the air conditioning and the heat at... Well, no, I keep air conditioning at 72. I keep heat at 68. So that should give you an idea of what my, like, comfort zone is. That sucked. Just out loud. Hey, Volpe. There are several Sonic games I would like to speedrun, and Sonic 2 is not one of them. This is what I'll say to that. I don't know, I'm getting better at it after playing it on Origins, but... Heat doesn't bother you? You live in, like, Arizona or something, don't you? Of course it doesn't bother you. You were born in it. Molded by it. Beep beep, by the way. You don't live in Arizona? I thought you did. somewhere around there, though, isn't it? Alright, I might have to put the controller down at some aimless point to kill a fly again tonight. Fair warning. Hopefully he stays right there through the rest of the race. Yikes. Doja in season 3rd. Love to see it. Motherfucker. Well, I'm losing. That's actually a shit route to take, because you don't get any items. That was stupid. I didn't realize. Oh, he splatted good. It was a very awkward angle to hit at, so... Ew. All these flies are really fat, too. It's disgusting. It's a Toad's Turnpike. We never get to see Toad's Turnpike. I mean, honestly, it's a pretty boring track, so...
Hi, kitty.
Apologies. That fly actually buzzed in my ear while I was sleeping, so he knows what he did. Knew what he did. He's dead now, so now he doesn't know anything. Anyway. See, where you're getting it confused there, Lightgazer, is snow is amazing until you cave to society's pressure of having to drive, and then suddenly it's terrible. My semi-apocalyptic take is that people only dislike... Anyone who dislikes snow, it's only because they have to drive in it. And if they didn't have to drive, they wouldn't hate it. Now, sure, you can get enough snow to cause other problems entirely, but most people don't have to suffer with that sort of stuff. Like, if you hate snow because you live somewhere, like, further north and you deal with frozen pipes every winter, it's like, okay, that's fair. That sucks. Although that's not directly connected to snow, I guess, but still, if you dislike cold weather because of that, that's fair. But most people are just like, man, I fucking hate snow. And it's like, really? But it's pretty. It's like, yeah, but I have to fucking drive in it. It's like, well, that's a you problem. Like, that's... It's not snow's fault. Oh, I'm bad. Let me phrase it this way. Anyone who hates snow because they have to drive in it would also hate the heat if they had to walk to work. So, I don't think the weather is the problem. I think the weather is, like... There's another problem, and the weather's just making it worse. Yeah, but the only reason you have to shovel snow from a driveway is because you gotta dig the car out. You see what I'm getting at? I choose chaos. I mean, biking in the snow is probably, like, impossible, too. That's probably, like, even more impossible than driving. That's another thing. If you grew up in a situation where, like, it was a chore that you had to, like, go shovel the snow, like, that'll kill it for you in a hurry. It's a snow bike made for snow. Well played. Even then, I don't think snow is that big of an issue. It's the ice that's an issue. No, do they kind of go hand in hand? A little bit, but not completely. Oh, I'm bad. That's right, you're staying with your mom this weekend, right, Riley? So I imagine you probably will have some interruptions throughout the night. Cool. You know what feels really good when you're in 8th place? A single mushroom. Okay, so this is a mushrooms-only race. I hadn't realized. I mean, that's fine. It's just, I would have liked it if you warned me, and maybe, you know, held the other players to that as well, instead of just me, but who am I to complain, I guess? You have to be fucking kidding me. I should just bend over and get the lube ready, huh? You know, I didn't want those balloons or the balloons, bananas, anyway. Cool, that could have been useful like 3 laps ago. Now they're completely not helpful. But cool, that's fine, I guess. This poor white Yoshi. He's like so far behind on every single race that he's almost getting lapped. Gotta be Cheeseland, baby. Driving in snow is fun, you get to slide. No. That does sound like a bit of an issue, Theo. Is this like a recent problem? It's kind of strange for it to just become a problem at your age. You sure it's not like allergies or something? Because that can cause your vision to get like kind of blurry too. I've actually been having troubles with that this summer, where I was really concerned for a while. I was like, damn, I need to see an eye doctor again, because my vision's getting, like, really bad. With no warning, something might be wrong. But then I was like, you know what? Some days it's fine, so I think it's just, like, my allergies are acting up. Like, right now, it's completely fine. Everything looks nice and clear. Okay, that was annoying and terrible. Come on. What did I do to deserve that? It's so just like let's talk about food again. I need to like not think about the game. I have to get my mind on something else. I'm noticing that Mario Kart is only fun when we're having like a conversation and I can just focus on talking about something. As soon as I try to focus on the game, I'm like, this is not fun. Like, this is not a good time. I think I just hit JMT, I'm sorry. I think I just hit Theo, too, I'm sorry. I think I hit a lot of people there. But with the race I had, I kinda don't care. I have not had in and out. I don't know if there are any around here. I choose Chaos. There's an N in Fungi Volpe. There you go. Hot take, Mushroom Gorge is like a bottom tier track. Hey, Thunderbird. I don't know. I don't know if he was planning on playing. You'd have to ask him. I don't remember if he said one way or the other if he was planning on playing tonight. I was like, especially at the end of the stream last night, I was a little scatterbrained. I find I have that problem, especially on, like, the multiplayer nights. Well, specifically the nights where I have somebody on voice. I'll be a little scattered by the end of the stream. From just trying to carry, like, so many different conversation threads at once. Alright, I got your back, Theo, I think. Until somebody runs me over. This is bad. Yup. I don't like the... Oh my god. It's something I already didn't like about the Wii courses, is they're very much like... The Wii's gimmick was like, you can bounce off of stuff and do tricks. And a lot of the courses reflect that, where they're just like, there's just a bunch of stuff you can bounce on, and it's like... I don't think it makes for good track design. Oh my god. That was ass. Yeah, I'm not a fan. We talked about it at the end of the stream. I just don't remember if he said like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be there for that." I don't remember if he showed an interest. Similar to what we were talking about with Lightgazer earlier, I know he has like a pretty large list of games that he wants to be playing, so... Oh, I wasn't carrying a banana or anything. It's fine. Thanks for keeping me honest, video game. Well played. I didn't even see that. What have I done? Yeah, like, he outed you for playing your Switch at work, but that was about it. panicked, I'm sorry. That was funny, at least. I mean, this is too little too late, really. If anything, it'll let me do this, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, they added, like, that detour on, like, the second lap. I'm a little mixed on it. Overall, in concept, I like it, because otherwise that track is just a NASCAR course. Like, it doesn't have a lot going for it. So I like that they tried to mix it up, but there's a couple of things about it that, like, admittedly are very nitpicky. Maybe next time it comes up, I'll try to actually point out what I don't like about it. It's mostly that it doesn't feel natural. Visually. So it doesn't look natural, I guess is what I meant to say. It's always embarrassing you. I think that's kind of him, yeah. But in particular, the ramp that, like, you go up and to the left to put you on the track, that ramp doesn't look like it belongs in that course at all. Where did it come from? Like, they could have done something to make it look like, oh, it folds out of the ground after the first lap, but they didn't. They were just like, there's just this ramp here now. And it's completely nondescript. It's just a, like, reused asset, which they do a lot in Tour, and it's something I don't like. So I think they could have polished that better to make it look more deliberate. But again, I have to question if it wasn't for them overusing that thing in Mario Kart Tour, would I care that much? Because Tour, like, overuses it. There's, like, 5 versions of every course, and they just add those ramps fucking everywhere to, like, modify the layout. It looks very, like, fan-moddy. It looks like someone just went in and reused assets to try and edit things instead of actually, like, making something new. Looks very lazy. I think it would have been cool if they had, like on the first lap, you could see the ramp, like, still lowered into the ground, and then it kind of, like, raises up on the second lap. I think that would have been pretty cool. If they add one of those reverse courses with all the edited ramps, I'll probably stop playing this game. That's just, like, ass design. It's just ass content. It's, like, the laziest content they could come up with. It's already lazy content in Tour. Porting it here would be even lazier. Like, that was something from the beginning that I was like, if they do this, I'm not gonna be happy about it. I'm getting sick of this Waluigi and Donkey Kong. They're in first and second, like, every fucking race, and it's starting to get just boring. I don't think I liked it the first time either. Like, when Tour came out and I was, like, first playing it, I was like, yeah, no, I don't like this. It's very lazy. And I think it's just from an artist's perspective, I take it personally, because I wouldn't phone it in like that. I would, like, find ways to integrate it more so that it looks more polished. Instead of just... It looks like they thought to add the ramp at the end of development and all of the artists went home already, so they were just like, I guess we just gotta reuse an asset. It's just a bad look. And again, Tor overuses it, and I really don't like it. Because there's like a trick version of every track where there's just ramps everywhere. And then there's the reverse version where you're doing the course backwards, but there's just ramps everywhere, so it's not even the same course anymore. And then there's the trick version in reverse. And it's just... But it's... They're not courses. It leads to everything just being really nondescript. Which is already a problem, since on Mario Kart Tour, you're basically on rails. And just shooting items at people. Like, you're not really in, like, full control of driving. So it's already, like, the tracks they're not memorable at all. And as far as a mobile game goes, it's like, okay, I'll let them get away with it. But if they do it here, that's just like garbage tier content. They're better than that. And I think that's what it comes down to. It's fucking Nintendo and it's fucking Mario Kart 8. They're better than that. And I think that's what a lot of people dislike about this DLC to begin with, is it's not on the same level as Mario Kart 8's DLC was. And it's like, yes and no. Mario Kart 8's DLC was made like 8 years ago, so like not like 6 years ago. It was a completely different development team, so you can't expect it to be like completely in line, but if they start doing lazy shit like that, I'm gonna be very like, okay. This is a situation where it's like, it'll be Monster Hunter Generations again. Sure, the game has a lot of content, but 4 of the tracks are the same fucking track, so who cares? Is it worth it? Not really. This is a long-ass course, I'm realizing. I don't know where I'm going. That got bad quickly. Doesn't help that I got hit by a billion things and went on tilt and stopped paying attention to the course. I don't know what other courses there are that they've done of real-world locations. I can't really think of any off the top of my head that I'm like, oh, this would be cool. I choose Chaos. Probably London. I'd be like, that would be cool. How many years have I been streaming? By the way, I love random questions. I think the last time we played Mario Kart, you dropped a couple random questions, and at one point I think you said, like, sorry for the random question. I love random questions. For the most part. As long as they're not, like, cringy memes, like... How do you feel about the backstory of the new Five Nights at Freddy's character? It's like, that's what I'm like, okay, what? As long as it's something that, like, is something I would be interested in talking about, which I guess you can't necessarily always know what a streamer's going to be interested in talking about. Anyway, I'm going off the rails. I believe it was 4 years this year that I've been streaming, I think. That sounds right. Probably about 4 1/3 by now. The anniversary is tricky because I kind of accidentally started streaming. I've told the story before, is that, it was shortly after a Nintendo Direct. I don't fully remember which one it was, but it was somewhere in March, I think, in 2018. And something about, like, the Nintendo Direct made me say, like, damn, I wish I was, like, recording a reaction for this. Well, okay, so let me back up. I started the channel in 2013, but I was only doing video content at the time. I also started that in March. I was just about to... So you could even see that I threw the boomerang back. I was only doing video content back then. YouTube gaming wasn't a thing. I don't think you could even stream on YouTube yet at that time. And then in 2015, when I moved to Virginia, my internet was really bad, so I had to, like, completely drop the channel and just stopped doing things with it entirely. And then I moved back to Pennsylvania in late 2017. And I wasn't immediately like, oh, I need to get back to the channel, because I had been out of it for 2 years, so I was just... my mind was in other places. But then I had that one direct where I was like, man, I should have recorded a reaction for this. This would have been a good one. And, so I started setting... I re-downloaded OBS, and I started setting everything up. And I started doing test streams, just to get everything in order. And the next thing I knew... most of what I was playing at the time was Splatoon 2. And, the next thing I knew, there were people watching, like, every day, asking, are you gonna stream again tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. So I don't know when I started streaming exactly. It's in March and April, somewhere in there. Son of a bitch. I couldn't, like, pull back from the drift. They did Bangkok and Tour. I have a list of all the ones they've done in Tour. I know Amsterdam was one. I just can't remember them off the top of my head. Yeah, 2 random would be, like... I choose Chaos. How do you feel about the recent controversy with Friday Night Funkin'? It's like, dude, I don't care. That's maybe not too random. The Five Nights at Freddy's one was probably a good example of what too random would be. Least favorite thing to talk about? Like, what, on stream or in general? Probably politics. I fucking hate talking about politics in all contexts. Like, all of them. And I was watching a stream last night where they started talking about politics, and it started to make me understand why I fucking hate it. It's because 50% of people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and the other 50% of people have done so much research that they know what they're talking about, and they act like they're smarter than everybody else. It just makes it for a volatile, like, atmosphere that is just really uncomfortable, and I fucking hate it. And especially in recent years, because you can't even, like, joke about anything without somebody trying to be like, yeah, but politics. And a lot of that is because I have a lot of family members that are in the former group where they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, yet they won't stop fucking talking about politics, like, constantly. And they're mostly fucking Trump supporters, so... And, like, the bad ones, the ones that are, like, completely insane and have no idea what they're talking about. Which, you know, there's some on both sides, don't get me wrong, but... If you even, like, make a joke about, like... Did you see that, like, fucking Trump said he'd marry his daughter if it wasn't his daughter? That's fucking weird. And they'd be like, yeah, but Hillary got a bunch of people killed. And it's like, okay, what? That's like, what? All I was saying is, like, dude, that's a fucked up thing he said. That's kind of weird. It's just so, it's bad. I hate... And the thing is I don't mind talking about it, but as I get very defensive as soon as, like, one person says something that's like, okay, clearly we can't talk about this. Because a lot of people have really stupid and uninformed takes. So I'll be very, like, defensive the whole time I'm talking about it. Also, what's going on this race? I'm, like, not even trying. Well. It's over now, so I shouldn't have said something. But yeah, on the broadest sense possible, that's, like, pretty easily my least favorite thing to talk about. Cool! This is a pretty good ass fucking I'm getting right now in this video game. You'll love to see it. Cool. Yeah, that was great. In first for 2 laps and then just supremely cool. Yeah, fine. Just go ahead. Just go ahead. Just go ahead. It's fine. There's also that, Volpe, yeah. People stick their noses into, like, other countries' politics, and often is like, do you even know what the fuck you're talking about here? And like I said at one point yesterday, there's so many factors that go into, like, world problems, and people oversimplify it. Pretty sure you hit me with something? Everybody hit me with everything. It's no one person's fault. That was the game willing it and saying, no, you're done. You're losing. That was Mario Kart at its fucking finest. Only one motherfucker voting Excitebike. You love to see it. But yeah, I don't know if you meant on that broad of a sense, like, Gazer, if you meant, like, more specifically with, like, is there something about gaming that you don't like talking about? Overall, I like talking about most things. Even things that it might seem like I'm getting upset about, like, overall, I like talking about it. And I think most of that is because, like, even if you're getting upset about something... Like, so we were talking yesterday about how I've seen a lot on Twitter lately where people are like, the Switch is having a massive game drought because there's no Mario or Zelda this year. Which is, like, a really bad take. And, like... Sure, that take agitates me, but I think talking about it is, like, it needs to happen. People need to talk about how bad of a take that is. So it doesn't really bother me. Similar with, like, backseating. I'll get really, like, heated about talking about, like, backseating and stuff. And what I was talking about at the end of the stream last night with, like, the know-it-alls. Like, that agitates me, but I also feel like it needs to be talked about, so that people stop fucking doing it. No, I'm, like, legitimately asking if you were, like... Unless you weren't legitimately asking a question, and then what's wrong with you? I just didn't fully know what you were getting at, so I didn't quite know how to answer it. But I've answered it in, like, multiple perspectives now, so... I'd say, like, without a doubt, politics is, like, that one thing I hate talking about. Even, like, religion, like, religious stuff, I would say, like, I'm interested in, because I'm at a point in my life where I realize there's so much about, like, other cultures that I don't understand, so I'm or, not that I don't understand, it's that I've never found the time to, like, learn about them. So I'm very curious, so even when it comes to religion, I'm like, tell me more. I want to know more. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool. Great. Isn't, like, water levels even the good ones? I don't like stealth levels. You want to talk about that shit again? But even then, I feel, like I said, I feel like it's something that needs to be talked about. So I don't mind talking about it. And yeah, that's fair, Thunderbird. Sort of. Over the last, like, 6 years, politics has gotten really stupid. Before that, I already disliked it just because I knew people that, like, that was all they wanted to fucking talk about. They just wanted to argue about politics constantly, and I was like, get away from me. But it's definitely gotten worse. I'm not gonna blame Trump for it, but the entire Trump-Clinton election just created something with society where people are fucking stupid about politics now. And now it's just, like, completely untalkable. Because even if you try to talk about it, you're just like, oh, you're an idiot and we can't talk about this. And again, that's a problem I've had with family in particular, where it'll be like, a political thing will come up and I'll be like, they'll, like, say something and I'll be like, well, that's not the whole story. There's this, and this, because I've actually read into this because I was curious. And then they'll just be like, yeah, but, you know, Hillary's corrupt. And I'm like, we weren't talking about Hillary. They all use, like, Facebook arguing tactics, where if you, like, try to prove a counterpoint, they'll just try to derail the conversation. They'll just be like, I'm just gonna troll you to prevent you from making your point. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, we're just not gonna talk about it. I'm just not gonna talk to you, then, is what that's gonna come down to. And whenever I watch a channel that is open to political discussion, it always seems to be filled with people in chat that have no fucking idea what they're talking about, that have really bad takes, that are like, you clearly have not, like, researched this at all. And I think a lot of it, too, is I get really agitated when it's, like... when I feel like it should be an open and shut case when it comes to... When politics are blended with social issues, that's when I start to get, like, really agitated. Because, like, let's take masks, for example. That bothers me, because whenever I look at that, I'm like, masks make sense. They're helping to stop the spread, so therefore they're saving lives. Who doesn't want to save lives? And then somebody has a take where they're like, yeah, but really, masks aren't helping as much as you think they are, so we shouldn't bother wearing them. And I'm like, I didn't even hear your argument. I just heard the part where you said, I don't want to save lives. And that sort of stuff, like, really, like, tilts me. Because I'm like, how could you not just be like, yes, I want to save lives? You know what I mean? Like, who cares about the reasoning? Just do a good thing. You know what I mean? And that's what politics is now. look back at that, like, I guess most recent school shooting isn't accurate because there's been a bunch since then, but the last, like, really big one, and everybody was like, oh, well, we should probably stop it so that people can't get fucking guns this easily. And then people are like, yeah, but... And I was like, no. Children are fucking dying. There's no fucking but. Stop it. That sort of stuff, like, tilts the shit out of me. Because I'm like, what is wrong with you? There's not a but to this statement. Children died. Fix it. It's not a but. It's simple. That sort of stuff, like, makes me be like, I don't want to talk to anyone ever. I'm just gonna hole up in my room, because, like, how? How can you see a problem and say, yeah, but let's just not fix it? Obviously, fixing it isn't as simple as just fixing it. It takes a lot of moving parts. I'm not saying it's easy to fix it. I'm just saying people need to stop fucking arguing it. It's insanity. When lives are at stake, we shouldn't be like, but... No. You save the lives, man. You just fucking save the lives. It's simple. It's so simple. And that's, like, not necessarily a political issue. It's become a political issue these days. But I'm like, that's a social issue. That's, like, a making the world better issue. That's not politics. But people have made it political with, like, the counter-arguments. And it's like, how can you have a counter-argument? Does nobody understand how fucked up it is that people have counter-arguments for saving lives? It's fucked up. That doesn't make any sense. Just make the world a better place, forehead. It's like, come on. Like, sure, fixing the problem isn't easy, but making the world a better place is, like, if people just act better, then that's easy. Just being better is easy, so why don't people fucking do it? Instead, they come up with fucking excuses, which is disgusting. I hate it. And then things just get derailed. It's that, like, troll mentality of, like, well, if I just come up with an excuse, it'll derail the whole conversation, and that'll stop us from actually, like, fixing any problems. That's politics in a nutshell. They have a problem, and instead of trying to fix the problem, because it's a goddamn tug of war where one side has to win and one side has to lose, they can't just agree to fix the problem. They have to come up with excuses to stall the other from winning as long as possible. Therefore, nothing ever gets fucking done. It's garbage. And the stronger social media has gotten, the worse the problem has gotten among us. I'm sure it used to always be a problem in politics, but we never saw it because there wasn't that much transparency. But now there is. And now we're like, oh, this system doesn't work. And instead of, like, trying to make it better ourselves, we just come up with excuses for why we can't make it better. It's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hell is other people. And it's funny, because, like, I say that, like, I don't like talking about politics, but when it comes to politics or basically anything that's actually political, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, is the thing. And that's part of why I don't like to talk about it, because, like, I haven't done the research. I don't know what I'm talking about with, like, foreign relations or, like, all these different things. Like, I don't know anything about that stuff. But when it comes down to, like, making life better for people and not being shitty to people, I'm like, that's not even political, dude. That's just a thing you can do. You, right there. You. Not you. Well, you too, but I was talking to the guy behind you, but you. We can all just do that. We can just be better to each other. And the fact that people look at that and say, we could be better to each other, but politics is, like, completely fucked up to me. It doesn't make any sense. Just be better to one another. Also, hey, Guy. And Scarlet, welcome back. Like, thankfully, with the mask thing here is, like, it's still, masks here are still really bad, and that's part of why I would always get really worked up about masks, because everyone here are a bunch of fucking idiots about it. But since it's a small town, a small area, it's basically evolved to a point where nobody has to wear masks, because they don't have to, and because it's just not present here. I haven't heard about about anybody getting COVID in, like, months, probably. Here, at least. But it was once at a point, and people, like, try to tell me that I'm wrong and this isn't the case, and I'm like, motherfucker, I live it. I live here. What do you mean it's not the case? Like, I saw it. What are you talking about? But I actually did legitimately see the stuff that was, like, people would, like, bully you for wearing a mask and be like, what the fuck are you wearing a mask for? Take that shit off. Like, they'd actually be toxic if you were wearing a mask, which is, like, what the what? And again, people would try to be like, that doesn't actually happen, and I was like, no, it does. I'm not speaking hypothetically. I've, like, talked to people who are like, yeah, that happened to me. I didn't read it on Twitter and say, oh yeah, that happens everywhere. I, like, actually saw it. I think, like, I think the last time I went to the movies, I don't think I wore a mask. And I don't think I saw a single person wearing a mask the whole time I was there. It's just not a thing here anymore. But at the height of the pandemic, I was very, like, everyone needs to put a fucking mask on. My bad. I was on autopilot, for sure. But maybe that's, like, more so... Maybe it's not exclusively politics that I dislike talking about. I dislike when it comes down to something like that, where you're like, hey, shouldn't we change this so that, you know, people stop dying? And people are like, well, the Democrats, though. And it's like, shut the fuck up. How is that relevant? Why are you making excuses for people dying? Do you realize how fucked up that is? If one of the people dying was, like, someone you knew, would you still be making this excuse? Or would you actually be saying, okay, we need to change this? And I think that's a lot of it. I think a lot of people are just like, well, it's not affecting me, so... I'm able to look at it, like... Which I guess, as I'm about to say this, I'm like, well, okay, that's not good. I guess if you're able to look at it, like... factually, that's probably actually a good thing. It's not necessarily good to have, like, take personal feelings into it, but... Yeah, the vaccine slowed the spread enough that now, like, depending on where you live, masks are, like, not really as necessary, for sure. And yeah, like, my mom works at a hotel. She used to get people coming into the hotel just to bitch at the employees for wearing masks. Not for not wearing masks, and not for people complaining that other guests weren't wearing masks. They would actually complain that people were wearing masks. It was a thing. It happened, like, multiple times. So I always thought it was funny when people would be like, that's not actually a thing. And it's like, motherfucker, like, are you calling my mother a fucking liar? Because, like, she's not. She does not lie to people. That's, like... That's where I get it from. Yeah, I'm not saying that you were saying that it wasn't a thing. I was just backing up the statement of, like, yeah, it was 100% a thing here. What else was I gonna say? Oh, like Azer, you said a little bit ago about hating the news because a lot of what they say is specifically designed to make you mad. Yeah, news is like bullshit now. It's not like you're supposed to be reporting on the news, and they don't do that anymore. It's all just about like clickbait now. It's just about them getting views. It's so fun. Like all news networks should be canceled because they're not reporting on the news anymore. They all have agendas and shit. Like, it's just bad. And social media has been, like, kind of what's made it do that, I think. I don't think that's completely what it is, but it turned into, like, a competition. They're not reporting the news to, like, inform the masses. They're just... And I think that's what they're supposed to do. Isn't that, like, the idea of, like, why someone was like, we should make a news network? But that's, like, not what it is anymore. Nice. That was a nice gold mushroom. Yeah, like, every time I've gone out since the pandemic, except for the last time I went out to the movies, I've put a mask on. Without question. And one of those times, someone was like, you know no one wears masks around here. And I was like, I don't fucking care. I'm wearing the mask. Like, I'm doing it. Because it's not hard. And realistically, you could probably say that I'm, like, one that is maybe more inconvenienced by wearing a mask because I wear glasses. And if you've tried to... If you wear glasses and you've tried to wear a mask, you know. You get the struggle. Because, like, your glasses fog up. It's kind of a pain in the ass. And I'm still like, no, I'm just gonna fucking do it. It's easier to just do it than it is to bitch and moan for, like, a full day about why I have to wear a mask. Like, just put it the fuck on. They're not asking me to amputate an arm or something. Like, just do it. Yeah, and I don't think anyone wants to wear a mask. But at the end of the road, it's, like, not that big of an inconvenience, I don't think. Would I feel different about it if I wasn't, like, a shut-in? Maybe. But... And like I said, now it's, like, not really that big of a deal anyway. At least, I would assume in most places it's not really a big deal anymore. Now I think what I would recommend to people is, like, if you hear that a bunch of people have COVID, then you should probably, like, put a mask on to play it safe. But if you haven't heard anything about, like, any, like, outbreaks for a while, you could probably just forget it. And, you know, if you have any symptoms at all, you should probably put one on. Because that's, like, the big thing, right? It's not to stop you from catching it. It's in case you have it. So I think that's the big thing for me, is just, like, if you're not feeling well, you should maybe just put it on. If you feel fine, then you can probably take a chance. It's kind of amusing that, like, I think for, like, maybe about a year... masks were mandatory where my mom worked. And I shit you not, that entire time they were mandatory, nobody got sick. By anything. Nobody got sick with anything at all. And then as soon as they lifted it and were like, you don't have to wear masks anymore, suddenly, like, in the first month, at least everyone was out sick at least once. People were just getting sick constantly. Not from COVID, but just in general. Because it just helps to... There's a reason why, like, some other countries, like, it's not even, like, a requirement. People just, if they have the sniffles, they put a fucking mask on. Just so that they don't spread it. I think in America we have a problem with, like, courtesy. People just don't care to do things that are going to, like, help others. They're just like, well, if it helps me, I'll do it, but if it doesn't help, if it only helps other people, fuck that. People just aren't considerate. Fuck you. The steel. Masks are fashionable, you'd be awesome anime character. I don't think they're that fashionable. I mean, like realistically, when I was watching GDQ, they required masks for GDQ, which makes sense. And to a point, I was like, why do they even have cameras on? I don't need to see the runner if more than half of their face is covered up, right? Like, I don't need to see it. So it's like, I get it why it's kind of, like, silly to some people, but... Really what it comes down to is I completely understand why people would find it to be annoying. I'm not trying to say that, like, oh, you shouldn't find it annoying. Like, no, it's annoying. It's just, is it annoying enough for you to, like, just throw out the alternative? And for a lot of Americans especially, I think the answer is yes. I think a lot of Americans are just like, well, I could wear the mask or I could get 24 people sick. They're going to be like, well, I'm just going to get 24 people sick. Because that's their problem. That's not my problem. But if I have to wear the mask, that's my problem. And it's like, what? What is wrong with you? How self-centered are you? It's insanity to me. Whereas I look at it as like, okay, I have to go to the mall to pick something up. I'm going to cross paths with, like, probably 3 people because the mall here is dead as fuck. So I'm probably not going to see that many people. But if I had to take a chance, like, if I had to choose between the inconvenience of wearing a mask or the chance that I might have something that they might catch, those 3 people might catch, I'm going to put a mask on. During a fucking pandemic where, I mean, I don't know, is it still technically a pandemic? But when both COVID and fucking monkeypox are running rampant, then, you know, I'm going to take precautions. Actually, I don't know if monkeypox is still a problem, but worth clarifying. I haven't kept up with that one in a while, so that just might not be an issue anymore. Maybe that was already taken care of. I felt a little bit of doom once that was like, when they were like, oh yeah, this is spreading everywhere. I was like, well, we're fucked. Because if that hits America, like, everybody's gonna catch it, because nobody can take precautions at all. Like, we're just fucked. If a zombie apocalypse ever happens, this country is completely fucked. 100% fucked. And I don't understand how that doesn't bother people. Not that I think a zombie apocalypse is gonna happen, but you would think that people would be like, we should probably be better so that, like, we're not fucked. Because being fucked isn't a good thing. But instead they're just like, nah, it's too much work. It's an inconvenience to me, so fuck everybody else. Alright, new topic. Somebody give me a new topic. I'm just, like, ranting at this point.
which maybe isn't necessarily bad, but it's maybe too easy to let the rant go longer than it should playing a game like this, because I can just, like, go on autopilot and be like, this is what I'm talking about for the next hour while I race. See, as soon as restrictions went away here, nothing changed because people were already not wearing masks, because people here are shitheads. Take it easy, Theo. Thanks for playing for a little bit. And for the gift memberships. I think he dropped one, like, a couple nights ago, too, I think. And I forgot to say something at the end of the stream. Planes shows? You mean specifically, like, the Disney cartoon planes? Or shows about planes? Two very different questions. Shows about planes. I can't say I've watched one, like, ever. Well, even then, do you mean, like, a movie about a plane? Like Air Force One or something? And Snakes on a Plane? Or do you mean, like, documentaries about planes? I can't say I've watched documentaries about planes, but I would probably find them interesting because I'm just at that point in my life where I'm just like, I'm 37 and there's still a lot of stuff I don't know, and I want to know. Like, I love watching those videos on YouTube that are, like, just tours of factories. I watched one the other day that was like, this is how we recycle glass. And I was like, I don't know how they recycle glass. Inform me. I want to learn something. I hate the fireballs so much. It's so annoying. This course is so long. I like it. It's just... Damn, it's a long course. Oh my god, dude. You know what feels really good? Getting hit by everything and then the game being like, here's a mushroom. It makes me fucking horny as hell. Like, you have no idea. Okay, that makes me horny. That actually... The lightning bolt when I got its star, that feels good. I thought I was going to hit myself with one of those green shells 100%. I was like, they are going to hit me. I have dug my own grave. Oh, like the YouTube documentaries? Yeah, some people are really bad at it, for sure. here comes fucking Baby Park. Maybe not. Actually looks like a solid bit of balance.
Oh, can we talk about Sony fans being mad at Death Stranding coming to PC? Like, low-key.
I'm saying this with, like, a little bit of, like, sarcasm to my voice. Fuck Sony fans. In the past couple years, I've started to realize... It's so funny that if you asked me 10 years ago which of, like, the 3 fandoms were the worst, I would have said Xbox 100%. Now, it's Sony 100%. Like, those fans are kind of the worst. Wasn't Death Stranding on Xbox already, though? Was that exclusive? I don't think I realized that. Is it also going to Xbox? Because I would like to play Death Stranding. I don't know if I want to play it on PC, though. Wait, Death Stranding itself was already on PC, wasn't it? So why are they mad about that? I mean, that's a rhetorical question. They're Sony fans, that's why they're mad, is what it comes down to. They really don't need a good reason to be mad. They just like to be mad. Love to see it. Oh no. I hate everything. Fuck this trash tier course.
I don't know what happened to people being like, I like that game. It would be cool if more people could play it. It's funny because, like, the 90s were known for the console war, right? I would, like, low-key consider, like, the way Sony fans act now to be worse than anything I saw in the console wars. Like, for sure. Yeah, like I said, like, low-key. Like, I'm not... Oh my god. What? I'm obviously not gonna say every fan of Sony is just, like, toxic, because that's obviously not true, but... Yeah, fuck Sony fans. Like, they got a real bad look going these last couple years. This is not a good course for 200cc either. It's funny, I used to think Nintendo fans were possessive of their exclusives. I think Sony fans are way worse, and I don't think their exclusives are as valuable either. It's kind of funny how much they value exclusives, despite the fact that, like, I don't think they're that good.
Not that they're... I wouldn't say they're bad outright. Damn, gold mushrooms be crazy on 200. I love how Sony fans are constantly trying to, like, justify that, like, oh yeah, the Xbox is selling more, but that, like, that doesn't mean anything. The only reason the Xbox is selling more is because they're easier to find than PlayStation 5s are. It's like that... Okay, and? It's still selling more. Shut the fuck up. I need to take a break soon. I don't want to, though. I'm, like, in there. I guess it's a decent point, though. I'm not like, oh, I gotta play these courses. Okay, you guys stay put. I'm gonna take a real quick break. Oh. Yeah, it makes sense that Sony's pushing their stuff to PC because they're not selling consoles because they can't make them fast enough. It makes complete and total sense. So yeah, the fans are just gonna have to fucking get used to it. They're not going to, though, that's the thing. At least, not for a while. And I mean, it's kind of like, to be fair, there's a lot of, like, real shitty Nintendo fans, too. So I would almost say that, like, I think maybe the Xbox fans are, like, the least toxic now. Sony's the most, and Nintendo's, like, in the middle. Because I feel like there's a lot of Nintendo fans that are, like, just wholesome and good, but there's a lot of them that are, like, really shitty, too, where whenever Nintendo tweets anything, they're just immediately commenting, where's Wave 2 DLC? So it's like... I guess the difference is that most of those, like, really bad Nintendo fans, I think, are, like, children. I don't think those are adults that are trolling like, their Twitter and shit. And spamming shit like that. I think those are probably children. Whereas I think Sony fans are, like, mostly adults acting like shitheads. I could be wrong on that, of course, but... I don't think I've met, like, a bad Xbox fan in, like, multiple years. For the longest time, I considered the Xbox fandom to be the worst because of the fact that, it was when I was in high school. When the original Xbox came out, I held a grudge for a long time because as somebody growing up in the 90s who was a fan of video games, I got fucking ridiculed for it, like, constantly. It was not a cool thing to be interested in. And then when the Xbox came out and Halo came out, suddenly gaming was cool, but only their gaming was cool. And it was like, I had a moment of like, oh, you like video games now? So we actually have something that we can, like, relate on? And they were like, no. Because we play, like, real video games. We don't play that, like, play that shit. So I was like, okay, fuck them. And for, like, probably, like, 10 years, I was like, yeah, that's what Xbox fans are like. Whenever I encountered one, I was like, yeah, they act like that. Now they don't. Now they're just like, hey, look at all this cool shit we can get on Game Pass. Like, they seem to show signs of being the most interested in a variety of games. Because even, like, a lot of Nintendo fans, I've said before about the ones I've seen on Twitter lately, they're like, there's no Mario or Zelda this year, this is a drought. Which is, like, the worst fucking take. But that's what a lot of Nintendo fans are. They just want their, like, 2 games. And then that's it. It seems like Xbox fans are like, hey, look, we can get, like, hundreds of cool games on Game Pass. This is really cool. Whereas, like, That does not seem to be the case with, like, the average Nintendo fan. Whereas the average Sony fan is, like, the only games that are good are the ones that only we can play. Honestly, and I'll disclaim by saying that this idea has obvious flaws, but I kind of wish there was, like, an age verification system on the internet, so you could look at somebody's account and know how old they are. Just because I'd be very curious to know, like, how many of those people trolling on Nintendo's social media accounts, like, how many of them are actually children. They all act like children, but that doesn't mean that they are children. I'd be very curious to know. But there's an obvious problem with slapping a label on someone's account that says I'm 13 years old. Like, there's an obvious problem with that. So, like, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's a good idea. I would be very curious to know of, like, the shitty internet troll. I would love to be able to look at them and be like, they're 26. So they're, like, basically not maturing fast enough. Or, oh, they're 11. Okay, they're an actual child. They don't understand how to function in society yet. Or, oh, they're 37? Okay, so they're just a fucking shitbag and they're probably never gonna change. What was your first console? Let me take a break. I'll answer that when I get back. Because otherwise, I'm just gonna be sitting here on this screen for like 30 minutes talking. You should at least get back to gameplay, so. I won't be long, though. It'll be a pretty short one. Just a quick bathroom break. So, I'll be back in a minute. Stay tuned. Keep racing. I'll join up with you guys as soon as I sit back down. There's only guys in. Did everyone else leave too? Or is it just being weird? Okay, so first console. I had a Commodore 64 when I was really little, but I don't remember a single game for it, so I kind of wouldn't consider that to be, like, first console. The first one I have any memory from is the Genesis. But I also had handhelds before that, I'm pretty sure. So if you want to count handhelds, I think Game Gear was the first one I had. I think it went Game Gear, Genesis, Game Boy, and 64. And it's basically just been Nintendo consoles since then, with the exception of the fact that I did buy a PS4 a couple of years ago that now just collects dust because I never play it. I basically got it like just to play Monster Hunter World, and then like now that I don't play Monster Hunter World anymore, it just kind of sits there. I will probably get an Xbox at some point. I think my interest in getting a PS5 is very low now. I want to play Returnal, and that's about it. That's, like, kind of the only game on there that I'm like, I want to play this. Like, enough to buy the console, but the consoles are too damn expensive for me to be like, I'm gonna buy it for one game. Unless I can get it on sale. Xbox is a lot more likely just because of Game Pass. Especially because I hate streaming stuff on PC, so it would just make things really convenient. The only reason... Like, I'm really so close to buying an Xbox that I think the only thing in my way is the fact that I already have too many games to play, so even if I were to buy one, like, right now, it would just sit here and collect dust for a while, because I just wouldn't have time to play it. If we were actually having a game drought, then I probably would have bought one this year. And hey, there's a chance I might get one by the end of the year still, honestly. Oh god. I knew somebody that had an Intellivision. I also knew several people that had NESs and Super NESs. I had a, it was kind of indirectly influenced by some of my cousins that are, like, the closest to my age. Because one set of cousins that I have on my father's side, they had both a Game Gear and a Game Boy. And I think that's what made me say, I want this. And then another cousin had the Genesis. And then he later got an N64, which is probably what made me say, I need this. Maybe? I think what really made me say I want an N64 is, so, what I was just saying about how, like, growing up in the 90s, like, gaming was not a cool hobby to have, so it was... I kept it to myself until, like, middle school. And then I actually started to meet other people that, like, that liked playing video games. And that's when I started, like, you know, talking about it a little bit more. And they all had N64s. And it was Banjo-Kazooie that made me say, like, I need to get one of these. I'm very curious what would have happened if I would have known people that had, like, a Dreamcast or something. If I would have wound up getting... I mean, inevitably I would have had to jump ship, right? But... It's funny, though, because I knew... Most people I knew had PlayStations. And yet I never, like, found myself with the desire to, like, buy a PlayStation. For whatever reason. I wish I could remember, like, the games that I played on the Commodore 64, but I can't. Not even a little bit. What? He was, like, a mile in front of me. What I remember more than the Commodore 64 was having an Amiga when I was a kid. which a lot of people are probably going to be like, what the fuck is an Amiga? If you know, you know. Very, very, very early PC. I don't want to say generation. But it was like pre-Windows, for sure. I sometimes feel bad that, like, I don't really talk to my dad anymore. And, like, he was always into all this different, like, tech when I was a kid. So I feel like we'd still have a lot to talk about. But I don't know, I think it's just that I don't talk to a lot of people when I'm not streaming, so I think it's all it comes down to. And we don't, like, live very close together anymore, so... Because I remember when he got the internet. When it was just a text-based thing. There were images, but it would take, like, hours to download an image. It was just a bunch of text stuff out there. Oh god, what am I doing? Think you're making these consoles up? No. They're real. It was all like pre-Atari before the crash. Yeah, since the N64, I haven't skipped any Nintendo generations. Most of the time I've spent on, like, NES and Super NES games were, like, all through emulators. Like, way back in, I think on the Amiga days, like, I think even pre-Windows there were already emulators. They weren't good, but they already existed. I remember playing, like, Mega Man 1 through 6, I beat all of them playing on, like, a bad emulator on keyboard. I think I've mentioned before I've thought about doing a stream of playing every Mega Man game on keyboard. I don't know if that would be clickbaity enough, though. Would that make people go, oh shit, I gotta see this? I don't know. I'd have to get a better keyboard, though. The laptop keyboard is not gonna cut it, I don't think. Although then maybe that would be part of the appeal. Not only is it a keyboard, but it's a fucking laptop keyboard. Move the camera to point it at the keyboard, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if people would watch that. It would definitely be a thing that would be appealing to, like, new viewers, because I feel like you guys have, like, you've seen me play Mega Man games before. Do you need to see me play it like that? I don't think so. That pivoted off of me, yo. Oh, that was sick. Similar to me whenever somebody's like, I'm gonna play Ocarina of Time, but I'm gonna play it on the GameCube controller instead of the N64 controller. And I'm not gonna pick up any hearts. I'm just like, I don't fucking care. It's still Ocarina of Time. I've seen it a billion times. I don't fucking care. It's the challenge mode stuff like that is really tricky, because it's like, it's kind of hard to know what's actually going to be a fun challenge and compel people to be like, oh yeah, I want to watch this. I think it's very easy to come up with challenges that are boring, that no one's going to give a shit about. Or that isn't gonna be any fun. Fucker. That's what you fucking get. Because it could be clickbaity to be like, oh god, I'm gonna play No Death Mega Man Marathon, but I've speedrun Mega Man games. Doing it no death is no different than speedrunning, really. I should have saved that to get that Waluigi. Oh well. Every time you lose, you drink. Yeah, it would take like 2 shots all night. Like, I've played those games like so much that I can't really think of a twist to do that would be like, oh, this would not only be fun, but like, sure, I could come up with something that's like, if you take damage, you have to reset. That doesn't sound fun. That sounds awful. That just sounds like torture. Without using boss weaknesses. So Twain and I did a thing last week over on his Twitch channel where we did 46 Robot Masters, which is the 1 through 6 speedrun, except you only do the Robot Master stages. Except we randomized the boss order. So we had to fight a bunch of them, like, without their proper weaknesses. I've also thought about doing Dr. Wily number %, which would be you have to fight them in serial number order instead of, like, weakness order. I don't know, I get hesitant with stuff like that because, like, I don't know what compels with people, is what it comes down to. That's probably my biggest weakness as, like, a content creator, is I don't know what sort of content, like, compels people, resonates with people. I only know what resonates with me. So, I'll have the concept of be like, I should just play more Mega Man games, or I should just play a bunch of Sonic 3 because I really like Sonic 3. But it's also, like, when I see somebody playing the same game, like, 20 times in a row, I'm not watching that shit. So I constantly think, like, oh yeah, I could do more, like, streams of just, I'm gonna randomly just play Mega Man 1 through 6 in just a random order. But, like, I wouldn't watch that, so why would I expect somebody else to watch it, you know what I mean? Like, been there, done that. Speedrunning helped, because it gave me, like, a side goal. Favorite Mega Man game? I've actually been thinking about this a lot lately. Because I used to say that Mega Man 3 is the best Mega Man game, but that Mega Man 4 is my favorite. But I realize now that I was in denial. Mega Man 7 is my favorite. It's just nobody likes Mega Man 7, so I was like, I'm not allowed to make that my favorite. Because that's like a controversial pick. But no, it's my favorite and people can fucking deal with it. It just... something about it just hits right. 4 is still, like, second, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really... of 1 through 6, I like 4 the most. Probably 4 and then 3. I'm just a sitting duck here. But it doesn't matter.
As far as the X series goes, it's gotta be X4. I really like X4. And then I really like Battle Network. Like, really, really, really like Battle Network. But they're such different games that I feel like I can't compare them to the other games. Maverick Hunter X is also really good, I think. Mega Man X itself is tricky because I think the 8 Maverick stages are like a masterpiece. The beginning part of that game, the first like 2/3 of it, is really good. Like I would say perfection. Like it's really good. But I don't think the Fortress is very good. I think the Fortress is like kind of assy. I think it kind of falls over once you get to the Fortress. I used to think... I used to have, like... I think it's, like, the agreed-upon take that, like, Mega Man X is, like, probably, like, the best Mega Man game. But then the more I played it, and especially once I started trying to speedrun it, I was like, man, the Fortress sucks. Like, this is just... Like, this place is ass. Whenever I get to the Fortress, I'm like, okay, I'm not... Like, fun's over. I do respect this Donkey Kong player, because he's not using a meta loadout, I don't think. So he's, like, just good. At least I don't think the Beetle is a meta loadout. The Waluigi's still using a meta loadout, it's just not the ATV setup. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, another honorable mention is Wily Wars, and that's just because that's the first Mega Man game I played. This is a good example of what I've talked about with Tokyo Blur and Paris Promenade. This music sounds like New York City, right? I guess because it's really jazzy. It fits the track, like, really well. Whereas Tokyo Blur's music is, like, the most generic Mario Kart music you can imagine. It doesn't make me think Tokyo. Paris Promenade is also... It sounds like what you'd expect that course to sound like. Sydney's is tricky, because I don't think it sounds Australian, but it's, like, it's a great track. There's way too many Waluigis in this lobby. This is disgusting. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. We just did Rainbow Road, and honestly, fuck Mushroom Gorge. So I choose Chaos. I'd probably say of the battle networks, that 6 is probably my favorite. I think 6 is really good. And I think of the other series, I haven't played them enough to be able to weigh in on them, or there's not enough games. Or both. Like, I haven't played the Legends games in probably, like, 20 years. Maybe, like, 15. And despite just replaying all of the Zeroes series when that Legacy Collection came out, I, like, still can't really tell those games apart from each other. I can't be like, oh, I liked this one most because it just, like, this one was good, but it just had this problem that I didn't like.
Like, I can't remember which ones had which... The only thing I remember is that the first game had that fucked up shit that if you, like, game over on a stage, you can't ever go back and try it again. And they didn't tell you that, which was, like, kind of convoluted. I seem to recall that I thought 2 was better than the first one, and that 3 was better still, but that 4 was, like, kind of, like... It wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as the other ones. But it's already been, like, 2 years since I played all those, so... God, has it been that long since we did the Mega Man Marathon? Maybe I should actually do a new Mega Man Marathon. I would not do Classic, because I've speedrun those so much that I don't think doing them casually would be interesting. But I could still do, like, the X series and the Zero series again. I don't know if I would speedrun the Battle Networks. I've never watched a Battle Network speedrun, so I don't know what they involve. Realistically, as much as I like the Battle Network games, I've only played each of them like twice each. So it'll be fun to go all in when the collection comes out. Ass. Ass. To a point I can't be that mad, because that was like a pretty strategic lightning bolt. That probably fucked a lot of people over. Oh, did Scarlet have to leave again? That's another one, Volpe, similar to what I was saying about if they add those shitty tracks from Tour. If they were to put new characters in, but it's just like reskins, I'd probably be pretty vocal about that too. When you have options of like Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong and Pauline and Nabbit, when you have all these like cool, like King Babam, you have all these cool ideas, and then they're just like, here's Ice Flower Luigi. Like, get that shit out of here. What's wrong with you? Again, like, they're better than that. It's fucking Nintendo, and it's fucking Mario Kart. Like, you're better than that. I hate that that was a gag I came up with, and it, like, fucking came true. It's like, that doesn't feel good. Like, I remember early on in Mario Kart 8's lifespan, like, in, like, the pink gold peach days, when I was like, what's next? Like, Ice Flower Luigi and Cat Toad and Peach, but she has her hair down today, and Donkey Kong, but all of his ties were in the wash, and, like, come on. And then you look at Mario Kart Tour's roster, and that's actually what it fucking is. Like, that's actually the level of character creativity they have in that fucking game. It's kinda gross. And I think mostly because they're, like, full characters. If they were just skins, I don't think it would bother me, but the fact that they made them full characters, in the interest of it being a fucking gacha game, is like... If they were skins, I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. Like in Golf, where you can get, like, Mario's, like, NES Open attire, or you can just get his normal overalls. It's like, yeah, but they're skins, so that's fine. But they legitimately have, like, Mario, but it's his original Mario Brothers color palette where the overalls are red. It's like, come on. Like, really? That's not a character. Jesus Christ. Like, imagine if any other game did that, and people would be like, that's dumb. Bitch. Oh my god, what is happening? Bite him? He was right there? What the fuck? I'm declaring a war on low-effort content, is what it comes down to. Like, no matter the context, I don't think it's necessarily good. Did I pass him, too? I don't think I did. I think he still crossed before I did. He didn't. Fuck you. Get that Waluigi shit out of here. I hope you rage quit. I'm not even sorry. They're not costumes, though. That's the thing. If they were costumes, I think I'd be like, okay, that's fine. But they're not costumes. They're full characters. It's fucking dumb. One thing that I can give them a little bit of credit for is, like, Metal Mario. That changes his weight class, so I can understand why that wouldn't be a costume. Like, that obviously, from a thematic perspective, changes his weight class. Tanuki Mario, I think that also changes his weight class, but why does it change his weight class, aside from justifying that it's just a fucking costume? Just make it a fucking costume. I don't buy the, oh, we made it a different weight class because we value weight distribution. Then why didn't you do something like Baby Wario, which it could have not been a lightweight like all of the other babies? Instead, you made 5 babies of the same fucking thing. So I don't buy that they value that at all. And again, it comes off as very, like, fan-moddy. Looks like someone just slapped it together, like, without actual funding behind. And I guess that's the thing. Because it's not necessarily anything against, like, fan mods. I mean, I don't like fan mods for the most part, but you can kind of tell that they don't have, like, a professional budget behind them, right? Which is fine, because they don't. But then when a game has content that looks like that, you're kind of like, yeah, but you have all this budget. Mario Kart's like one of the best-selling Switch games of all time, and like you're creating low budget content like that? That doesn't make any sense. Did I say best-selling video game of all time? I meant, like, Switch game. I was running that dialogue back through my head and going, wait, did I say that wrong? Maybe I said Switch game. I don't remember. Oh my god. My kingdom for iframes. Sorry, James. I was seeing red. Pink Dry Baby Pink Dry Bowser. Junior. Doctor. Mr. Doctor. I almost fucked that. I think that was JMT anyway, so I maybe didn't want to I did overtake them though.
Fuck that race. That was garbage. And something I regularly love, and I'm gonna jinx it now, and we're gonna see a whole bunch of them, but I remember back when Mario Kart 8 first came out, and I complained about the Koopalings a lot. And everyone was like, yeah, but it's the Koopalings. Fucking Mario 3. Nostalgia. They're so cool, though. How often do you see people play as Koopalings now? Like, nobody gives a fuck. Can we just admit that? Like, can we stop the lie? Like, no one cares anymore.
Doubling the roster size, but they're just all dry bones or metal variants. You know, if they were all the same variant, I would almost respect it. Like, almost. And if it made sense within, like... If that was, like, the point of the game, somehow. I think the thing for me is just that creating Mario Kart characters is already easy, so why do they also have to take shortcuts? Because it's not like you have to balance, like, hitboxes and shit, and balance how much damage their attacks do. Like, that, I could see why they're not adding more carts, because then you do have to balance that sort of thing. But characters have, like, no impact on that. Especially if you're just cloning existing weight classes. So it's like, it's already easy. It's just, it's all on the artists, right? You don't have to, like, develop it. They just have to make the assets. So you look at a game like this, and you're like, how can it have, like, what, 36 characters? With so many, like, reused assets and shortcuts taken? But then you have Smash Brothers that has fucking 80 characters, and they're all, like, mostly unique characters with completely retuned movesets with individually balanced damage values and hitboxes. Like, that takes way more work. Like, significantly more work. Okay, that's ass. This could have been a pretty good race for me, and then that had to happen. No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Able to put skins on Mario Kart 9. I was gonna let this slide, but now this race tilted me. Fuck Mario Kart 9. Who cares? Honestly, it's gonna be a Splatoon 3 situation. If it's the same fucking game and we still have to deal with bullshit like that, I don't care. I'm not buying another Mario Kart game if it's just more of this. I think the item system needs a complete rework. Especially because they're gonna try and release another Mario Kart game with, like, 40 tracks. Probably not even 40 tracks, like, probably 30-something. At $60, and then also sell DLC. That's why they're not making a Mario Kart 9 for Switch. It'd be idiotic. They're never going to be able to make the same amount of content that this game has in it. Smash Brothers has them in a similar situation, where whenever they make another Smash Brothers, they're going to be like, we basically have to start from scratch, because that's the only way we can get people to understand that, like, it's a completely different game. And that we'll never be able to build up that level of content ever again. Like, I hate the phrasing Mario Kart 9. It's like, stop. We have, what, 4 DLC packs coming in the next year and a half still? Like, we should honestly, like, not even... That should be a four-letter word. I can't believe that this Waluigi and Donkey Kong have not left yet. It's not that big of a deal, but it's still like, damn, they're in here. I mean, I wish the Waluigi would fuck off, but it's different reasons entirely. How's that thing? Yeah, this is more or less their ultimate. That's accurate. They're gonna have a real hard time matching it, and like I said, if it's a Splatoon 3 where it's just the same game, I'm probably gonna be like, nah, that's gonna be something where I'm gonna put a donation goal up and like make you guys pay for it. Because I'll be like, well, you know, like, streaming it would be good. Because everyone's gonna fucking buy it, so it'll be good to own, but, like, I'm not gonna be wanting to pay full price for it. No, aw, good, I didn't hit him with any red shells. That would have been unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it was Mirror. They have to be Smurfs, right? Because they're so good, and their ratings are terrible. They have to be someone who was, like, so tired of winning that they were like, I'm gonna make a new account. Like, they just have to be. And like I said, Donkey Kong's not using a meta, so, you know, good for him, at least. At least I don't think that's a meta. I've never seen it before. So. If it's a meta, it's not the one that everyone else uses. Let's put it that way. I'm guessing you had to step away for a bit, Scarlet. I think I was still answering your favorite Mega Man game question, and then I was like, I don't think she's here anymore. Which is fine, you're at work, I get it. And you said a long time ago what you do, and but then you also said later that you work at a hospital. I'm just gonna go right off the ledge, because I'm looking at chat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Sorry, chat was freaking out for a second. Oh, you're still listening. I think you said something about some sort of analysis, so it's probably like a desk job, right? More or less. Or like a lab job might be a better way of putting it. You don't like... You're not like a surgeon. This is what I'm getting at. You're not a doctor. medical diagnostic. I need to stop looking at chat. That was probably still took a lot of, like, years at medical school, right? If I had to guess. I guess that would be closer to doctor than not. Shit. Sorry, guy. Nothing can be done. Bum, 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 bum. Really? Fancy word for X-ray tech. Yeah, I'm sure you still had to take, like, some sort of, like, medical classes for that, so... Like I said, closer to doctor than not. How about Sky Garden again, and you can't stop me. By the way, Scarlet, you're welcome to join our Discord if you would like to. Did I point that out at one point? Although, you might be on mobile, so you might not be able to do it from there. I'm not sure if that's the case. Come on. Do it. Just one? Okay. Nope, it's still cooking. Oh, I must have, like, breathed in a speck of dust or something. I'm on mobile, bitch. Yeah, you fucking mobile users. You know what you did. No, I don't... What was that response for? It's nothing against mobile, it's just I don't... Can you click on a Discord invite link on mobile? I imagine you also have to have Discord on your phone, which you might not. I don't know why Riley, like, took that personally. I don't know if you're watching on mobile and Riley's like, what's your fucking problem with mobile viewers, motherfucker? Jesus. Calm your tits. I figured you were kidding, that's why it was funny. Is this 200? This has to be 200. This has to be. We're leaving the lobby after this. This is getting out of hand. We've seen 200 and Mirror more times. Do we also have someone who's like 10,000 in here? Like, how does this keep happening? I think we need to get a fresh lobby. Maybe I'm overreacting, but... This is like one too many 200s and mirrors for me, personally. And if it's too much for me, it's gonna be too much for other people, too, to put it bluntly. Bitch. Didn't even know he was there. Oh my god, that was with full brakes. Yeah, sure, because that's necessary. God, fuck that. Who in this lobby is, like, an insane rating? Other than me and Riley. There has to be someone else, because I don't think we're enough to cause this to trigger as often as it is. We're the only ones that are this high level? I guess it's just bad luck. Huh. We just need more people playing so that we can pivot to private lobbies, I guess. Yeah, I learned that when was it, like March, that this game went on sale for like $30, and I was like, that's the lowest it's ever gonna be, so now's my time. And I was like, well, surely everybody else has it, so, you know, everyone's welcome to join. And then immediately, like, 5 people were like, oh, I don't have it. And I was like, what? I thought I was the last existing person that didn't have the game. What the fuck? What is going on? Am I gonna have to kick Riley out? If anything, it might be Mitchell, because he's got 4K. That might be enough. I don't think anyone else is high enough to cause this problem. I wish tournaments weren't ass, because then we could have just used those. I mean, Mirror's not that big of a deal. 200 is worse by far. For me, at least. I don't think Mirror's a big deal. Some people might have a harder time with it. I think I've talked before about how, like, Mirror is very, like, either your brain gets it or it doesn't. Volpe is just like, play Fall Guys instead. Hey, Scarlet's back. Bum, 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 bum. Scarlet with 1 T does not have Mario Kart either. At least you can't get Mirror and 200. That'd be some real, like, cancer level shit. What if it's because we have too many Waluigis? I could have played my item use a lot better there, but I'll take a third. Would I play Smash? I shit you not, and I don't have dreams like this very often. I had a dream that they announced another DLC pack, and, like, all of the characters were actually, like, good picks. I think it was that they did another DLC pack, and they actually let Sakurai pick the characters, and so they were actually good picks. And I was like, yo, I'm playing Smash again. I completely forgot that I had that dream until you just mentioned Smash. It would probably take a lot of convincing to have me play stream Smash Brothers again. Do we even have people who are interested in that? Do people even play Ultimate anymore? I don't remember who the characters were, to be honest, so I can't even say. I think I would need to be sure that there would be a lot of people playing it. For starters, I'm not gonna try and do a Smash stream and then have 2 people that want to play, because you guys know I don't like one-on-ones, and I think three-player free-for-alls are like absolute cancer. So it would have to be enough people to be doing the free-for-alls, and enough people that are interested in like everybody playing random, perhaps. So I wouldn't have to worry about like, oh, we're on hour 5 and Kid Swag 420 won't stop playing as Joker. The planets would have to align, let me put it that way. What? What hit me? Was this the shortcut you said you hadn't seen before, Volpe? Is there a greater chance of me streaming Smash Brothers than there is me buying and streaming Splatoon 3? Yes, I'll give you that much. I think there's literally a 0% chance. If somebody donated money and said buy Splatoon 3, I'd probably be like, nah, sorry. I'm not doing it. Like, that's how, like, against getting that game I am, I think. Whereas if somebody said, here's 20 bucks, get the second set of Smash characters and stream that, I'd probably be like, yeah, okay, sure. Give it a shot. Not that I would expect anyone to do it, and please don't, as a matter of fact, because we have too many other games to play right now. Yeah, I archived Smash a long time ago, so I'd have to reinstall it. Smash has better online. It has better lobbies, for sure. I think this is better as, like, a pick-up-and-play kind of thing, since you have these pools of random people you can play with, which is kind of awesome. Whereas playing against randos in Smash Brothers is awful. And I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemies. I vividly remember doing the achievement in Smash Ultimate to do like 200 quick play matches, and it was agony. I hated every moment of it. Mirror again? This is getting I think we should reboot the lobby soon. I think it's because we have quite a few people that are in like the 3,000 and 4,000s. And that's enough to bring it up. I think JMT, you said something about your rating getting too high. You're still like 1,800. I don't think that's too high. That's like completely fine. If anything, I think it's me and Riley that are causing more of a problem. I wish I could, like, willingly reduce my rating somehow. Without just intentionally losing. I think I did always say, and I think I stand by this, I think the only way I would do a Smash stream is, again, knowing that enough people would be down to play that we wouldn't have to, that we could make it, like, community only. And that way, if, like, 8-year-olds come in and say, hey, can I just, like, style on you with Joker for the next 6 hours, I can just say no. Sorry, you have to be a regular to play. That would probably alleviate a lot of stress. Because I think a lot of the concern of there's two concerns with playing it. One, that there's not going to be enough people to play. And two, two is there'll be enough people to play, but it's a bunch of, like, sweaty, try-hard kids that are just, like, trying to show off. And unfortunately, the two kind of go hand in hand. I can't really say, like, oh, only regulars can play unless we have enough regulars playing. You know what I mean? Thanks, Boo. That was actually helpful. You've got to be kidding me. I think I may have gotten, like, 4th if I wouldn't have hit that. That's unfortunate. But yeah, it's not a hard no. It's not, like, ever play Splatoon 2 again? No, it's not happening. Get Splatoon 3 and stream that? No, it's not happening. That's, like, pretty hard no at this point, I think. There's one thing that could change my mind on Splatoon 3, and that's if Salmon Run has enough depth to it that you could just play that constantly. Then I would maybe be like, maybe I'll get it. I don't have any interest in playing Turf War, like, ever again, though. Would I buy it for Salmon Run only, though? Probably not. So, I don't know. It's probably still a pretty hard no. They can be password protected, but, like, I mean randos coming into the stream, not randos coming into the lobby. I mean the viewers that come in and do one of these. And then, like, you haven't even, like, seen them yet, and then they're like, why haven't you answered me? Hey, I actually hit the right code during one of those. That's, like, the, because, yeah, you could just password protect the lobby. That I'm not worried about. It's the kids that come in and they're just, like... This is an obvious exaggeration, but the ones that come in and they're just like, fuck you and your community, I just want to beat somebody up, and have everybody be like, wow, you're so good. Those self-servicing viewers that I always talk about. I forgot about resetting the lobby. I'll bail after this one. I should just bail now because fuck Excitebike. So I'm gonna do that right now. Like, I don't even want to finish that race. That course is just a total who cares. Did you already rejoin? Or not rejoin, but join a new lobby, JMT? I'll just join off of you as soon as you're in one. Pog. But yeah, my plan for, not my plan for Smash, but I guess plan is accurate. My idea was always, like, I could maybe do it again if I could ensure that there would be enough regulars playing that I know we would have, like, a full lobby. Because the problem with saying, you're basically shooting yourself. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? Because if you do a Smash stream and say only regulars can play, but then you've been sitting in the lobby with only 2 regulars for, like, 45 minutes because a 4th one hasn't shown up, it doesn't look great. So I've always been like, if we could get to a point where I know that we're going to have it, let's say 5 to 8 regulars, like, ready to play at all times for a full 6-hour stream, that I'd probably consider streaming Smash again. And then we could fall back on the new people that come in, are just like, well, you know, hang out, make yourself known in the community, and then sure, of course you can play. Knowing full well that 90% of them aren't going to do that, because they want the instant gratification of just playing. They don't really care about the community. And it might sound like I'm addressing a problem that doesn't exist. Like, I'm trying to be proactive and preempt the problem. But we had plenty of people that played Smash Brothers with us who have not come to a stream since. So I know it's a thing. I can think of at least like 3 or 4 people that came to every Smash stream, and they never came to any other stream. And at the end of the day, that's kind of like what I'm after in viewers, or people who want to. They don't even necessarily care what game is being played. They just want to come hang out. But still care enough about the game to, like, converse about the game. Because then you also have those types of viewers who come and they're just like, yeah, so I'm on my way to McDonald's. Okay, so I just got my coffee. It's really good. And you're like, okay, are you even here to, like, talk to us, or are you just here to talk about your life? I think they did add a tournament mode at some point. I don't know. I think they added that after I stopped playing. Honestly, like, did I ever stream it even once Banjo came out? I think I streamed it briefly when Hero came out. Maybe. I stopped really early in the DLC because Joker came out and every sweaty tryhard was playing as Joker, and I was like, I hate this. First of all, I thought Joker was pretty imbalanced. I thought he was, like, kind of an unfair character. I don't know if that's better now, but I did not enjoy playing against him. It felt very... And I always criticize people for, like, being, like, a new DLC character would come out and they'd immediately be like, this character's overpowered. And that's just because they didn't know how to play against him yet. But even once I learned how to play against Joker, I was like, this character feels unfair. So that, like, kind of ruined my experience with the game, and I was like, I don't really want to play anymore. I think I maybe streamed briefly when Hero came out. I'm pretty sure I never played it when Terry, Banjo, or Byleth came out. And then I never even bought the second pack because Steve exists. And because I wasn't playing the game. The bigger reason is because I wasn't playing the game at the time. Although there are a lot of shitty picks in that second one, in my opinion. Or at least picks that I do not give a fuck about. Like, sorry, Volpe, I don't give a shit about the Tekken character either. Like, that was another one where I was like, why the fuck did they pick this character? Like, this was a terrible idea. Sephiroth looked cool. And, Pyra and Mithra looked cool. Isn't Steve apparently, like, the best character in the game? Isn't that where the meta's at right now? That, like, apparently Steve is just incredible, but he's, like, super not fun to watch? Apparently the Smash meta is in a very strange place because of that. I saw that on Twitter the other day, and I was like, I wonder how true this is. I think it was, like, Zero that said it, that was like, yeah, he's pretty much the best character in the game, but he's ass to watch. And I was like, oh, that sucks. I don't think Tekken was a terrible idea, I just don't think that particular character was very interesting. Well, I guess I'll take that back, because most Tekken characters I would have said that's boring, so... maybe I'm lying. I don't think Tekken is a very interesting franchise. I think fighting game community members care about Tekken, and that's it. Which is fine, but, like, I don't know. I also thought Ryu was boring. And Ken was obviously, like, twice as boring then. The only reason I thought Terry was a cool pick was because he has, like, personality, so he's actually, like, a cool, fun character. But oh man, if you put Ryu in Fortnite and let him hold a machine gun, then now we're talking. This is overly mean to say, but Kazuya made me realize that Pac-Man wasn't the worst pick I've ever seen. Still pretty bottom tier, though. You can just tell that that second DLC with Pac was chosen by a marketing team. Am I disconnecting? I think I'm disconnecting. Somebody's disconnecting. Sure, just take one of my few first places away from me, that's fine. I don't even care. See, the sad thing is Steve actually has mechanics that I'm like, this could be interesting to try. It's just aesthetically, it makes me want to scream. Like, they didn't even try to polish it up. And, like... to use a... like, fan term, they didn't try to, like, smashify Steve at all. They just imported the assets and said, alright, it's done. I firmly believe that that's why there were 6 characters and not 5 in the second DLC pack. Because they were like, well, Steve doesn't take any actual, like, production. We have to code him, and that's it. The art team has nothing to do. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give the art team the job of creating a 3-minute Sephiroth trailer instead. Have fun. Like, I firmly believe that's what happened. They were like, well, okay, we're putting Steve in the game. The artists have nothing to do, so... guess we might as well have another character. I just don't think anybody cares about Tekken. Like I said, I think the fighting game community cares about Tekken, and like that's about it. Maybe it's bigger in Japan, but I don't think it was a good pick. Even as far as Namco goes, you could have picked a Soul Calibur character, which would have been way cooler. Even if it would have been another sword fighter, which people would have taken issue with. I think a lot of it is I thought the it's a fighting game character gimmick with Ryu was already pretty flimsy. So the fact that they did it 3 fucking times is kind of like, what the hell are you doing? Like, the first time it was already, like, kind of flimsy. I think they were doing it just because it's like what we were talking about last night. They were so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't think about whether they should. I always get that quote wrong, but you get what I mean. You're a fucking just complete and total dickhole. It was so sad that, like, there were so many characters that people wanted to see in Smash that I was like, that's a stupid idea. But then the characters they actually added made me say, okay, that wasn't that bad of an idea. Like, I think that's the red flag. The people were like, where's Dante? And I was like, no, we don't really need Dante. Like, playstyle-wise, wouldn't he be kind of similar to Bayonetta? Like, I don't know, would he add an interesting gimmick to the game? And now I look back and I'm like, where the fuck's Dante at? That's why Sephiroth actually, like, made sense to me. Because I was like, do we need another Final Fantasy character from a company that barely supports Nintendo at all? No. On the other hand, at least Sephiroth is just, like, a cool character. That was an enlightening moment for me, because I was like, if anybody said they should put Sephiroth in Smash Brothers, I would have told them to shut the fuck up. But then, like, when they revealed it, I was like, you know what, he's cool. But it was in a post-Steve world, where I was like, okay, this is terrible. Yoshi Valley. I think I mostly just... I didn't like how many third parties there were, and that was another issue that, There's another issue with Kazuya. I was like, dude, like, I don't want more third parties. Like, I'm over it. I think that was, like, Ultimate's big issue, is there was a lot of character, for me at least, there was a lot of characters that were like, why is this character here? There's a lot of questionable picks. There were some cool picks too, but there was a lot that, like, Isabelle, where it's like, what the fuck? Isabelle's a great character, but in Smash Brothers, no. What are you doing? Like, Inkling was a sensible pick, K. Rool was super cool, the Belmonts were fucking incredible, that was an incredible idea. Ridley turned out to be pretty cool. Looking back, Incineroar is a bit of a why is this character here? If I'm being honest. That was them being like, well, we gotta have a new Pokemon character. Who am I forgetting? Bum, bum, bum. Outside of the DLC, that is. Like, Ken was a horrible idea. But then I'm still salty about stuff like, where's a Golden Sun character? There's still, like, unrepresented Nintendo franchises that they were just like, nah, we're just gonna give Square Enix, the company that doesn't support us at all, like 5 characters. And that's a clear exaggeration. I think it was 3, right? But we're gonna give Square Enix 3 characters, but, what do you think we should do for Sega, the company that actually, like, supports us these days? Just Sonic's enough, right? And I kind of blame the community for that, because the only character they would fucking talk about is Shadow, and I think they were like, we're not putting Shadow in the game. That's stupid. So they didn't even consider other options, because nobody was talking about other options. They were just like, just make Shadow an Echo Fighter, and they were like, but that's stupid. Why would we do that? Which is fair. Where the fuck is Tails at, dude? Do you know that if you go and do... You know how the classic modes in Smash are, like, themed? You like how Banjo's classic mode is, like, iconic duos in gaming history? You know what iconic duo isn't there? Sonic and Tails. That's kind of fucked up, isn't it? They had to fill space with, like, I guess the Ice Climbers count. It's like, what the fuck? What is going on? Echoes were, like, kind of a waste of space in general, yeah. I kind of wish they wouldn't have done that. Especially because it created this mentality where people were like, just create echoes. And I was like, man, they're lazy, though. Why do people like lazy content? I don't understand it. You shouldn't. You should, like, not like it when a company is just like, we're just gonna slap something together real lazy-like and be like, there you go, more content. Like, you shouldn't like that. You should be like, this is bad. Oh, you made Pit dark and edgy, and you changed one of his attacks to do 1% more damage? You should not be thanking them for that. You should be like, what the fuck are you doing? What is wrong with you? Down with filler is kind of what I'm getting at. I think I used to be like, oh, well, like, more content is always better, and now I'm like, no, that's not true. I got your back, Riley. I beg your pardon? Well, I did in fact have your back, but I no longer have it anymore, so good luck. Echoes are no better than, like, fan skins that they hack into the game. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'll disclaim this by saying, like, I said earlier that, like, Mario Kart 9 should be a 4-letter word, and we should just not talk about it, and Smash is the same way. But on the other hand, I do look forward to them potentially pulling, like, a Street Fighter V with the next Smash Brothers game, and just starting over. And just being like, okay, we're still gonna have Mario and Link, but we're, like, completely redoing their movesets. And you know what? We're gonna, like, not have Marth anymore, or something. I think that's the only way it's gonna be exciting to me. If they show a first trailer for the next Smash Brothers, and I'm like, hey, look, Mario's moveset is exactly the same, I don't think I'm gonna care as much as I would otherwise. I need to see them taking some risks. There weren't too many echoes. I think there were already too many, though. And I guess part of my issue, and we've talked about this before, this is nothing new, but we're going to talk about it anyway. I think every Smash game has echo characters, basically. But they're of different types. Like, each game has, like, a different type of clone character. Melee had the clone characters that I thought were pretty interesting, where they would take a character and, like, they'd take a character that's, like, light and fast and make them heavy and slow. So they'd take, like, Captain Falcon and they'd make Ganondorf. I thought that was kind of interesting, because it kind of, like, turns the concept on its head. And I always thought you could take, like, Donkey Kong and make him small and light and weaker and make it Dixie Kong.
You could do stuff like that. And I thought that was interesting. And then Brawl's clones were, like, a little bit more fleshed out. They were, like... You know how people will call games, like, they'll call, like, Multiversus, like, a Smash-like? I used to use that phrasing for Brawl, where you'd have Lucas, who's a Ness-like, and stuff like that. Like, they're kind of similar-ish, but they're not, like, strictly clones. Wolf was a Fox-like, but realistically, his moveset was completely different. It was just similar in some ways, but they didn't outright clone the character. I thought that was a decent way of doing it, too. And then in 4, they were like, they're just costumes, but, like, our OCD is triggered that when you win with Dark Pit, it still says, and the winner is Pit. So we're gonna make it a different character, even though there was, like, no reason to. And they used, like, really flimsy reasoning, like, oh, well, Dark Pit using the 3 Sacred Treasures doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But, you know, Alf using Olimar's spaceship is fine. Like, they used, like, really flimsy reasoning for Echoes. Echoes were probably the laziest. And I think people look the other way because it's a lot of popular characters that they're like, we never were gonna see Chrom in the game otherwise, so they kind of, like, let it slide. Which is why Echoes are so controversial, because people look at it and either it's a character they like and they let it slide, or it's a character they don't like and they're like, this content is garbage. Which is something I had to do eventually, because Daisy was one I was okay with, and now I'm like, nah, if I had to sacrifice Daisy to get rid of all the Echoes, I'd fucking do it. Because I'm sick of that character trope. I think I've also said before, if I had to sacrifice Sonic, Mega Man, and Banjo to get rid of all the third parties, I'd probably do it. Because I'm fucking sick of third parties. It was a cool gimmick, and then it just started to overthrow everything. But I think if the Echoes were more like Melee or Brawl clones, I'd probably like them more. If they were more just interesting. What if you take Pikachu and make him big and fat and make him a Raichu? Like, that would actually be interesting. Instead, they were like, what if we clone Samus, change one of her animations and one of her attacks? Like, no. That idea should have been shut down, to be honest. But instead, they were like, wah, people want Dark Samus, so I guess we gotta do it anyway. And, like, the truth of the matter, like, because I think in Melee and Brawl, people looked at it as more characters are just better, right? But if you look at Ultimate, if you take the Echoes out, don't you still have, like, 70 characters? Are you telling me that, like, if there were no Echoes and we only had 70 characters, that you'd be like, this isn't enough? But thank God we have those, like, 8 filler characters that round out the roster to 80. That's much better. Like, it's a lot of fucking characters either way, man. And the stupid thing is, how many Smash Brothers players only play one fucking character anyway? A lot of them just camp on any character that's top tier. So really, why does the game need more than 5 characters? Because that's, like, the only thing people play. Now, I do think that Ultimate is better in that regard compared to, like, Melee and Brawl. Nobody wants to admit it about Melee, but, like, Melee's roster is just as poorly made as Brawl's is. And fortunately, that's something they realized with Smash 4, I think. I think they realized if the roster's gonna be really big, it needs to be better made.
It's no problem, JMT. It's starting to get pretty late. I would say that Lucario is a Mewtwo-like, but he's, like, the least similar, for sure. But then if you really sit down and look at it, like, Ness and Lucas are not that similar either. I remember having a lot of arguments with friends back in the day because they'd always be like, Lucas and Wolf are clones, and I was like, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Why? Because they both have PK Fire? Like, that's like a really dumb way of looking at things. No, don't go after JMT. Oh, it didn't go after JMT. It just went past him. Interesting. See, Falco was like 100% a clone. And then they started to like change little things. So in Brawl, they kind of Luigi-fied him, is what I used to say. Because Luigi was kind of the first one in that regard. Like in Smash 64, Luigi's just the same fucking character, more or less. Some of his moves have like different properties, but like animation-wise, they're basically the same character. And then in Melee, they started to give him like unique animations, so he stands out a little bit more. They cloned Falco in Melee, and he's basically the same character, but then in Brawl, they started to change his animations up. Same with Roy, when they brought him back in 4, they changed a bunch of his animations up. So that's one thing I respect, is that, like, they have some lazy clones, but then in the next game, they always seem to flesh the clones out more and make them a lot more enjoyable. Like, I really liked Roy in 4 and Ultimate. I like him way more than Marth. See, I wouldn't even say that Ness and Lucas are, like... I wouldn't say they're clones at all. I think Lucas was inspired by Ness. They said, let's take... it. We want it to be similar to Ness's moveset, but, like, they clearly didn't just clone him. But a lot of the people that call clone will also try and say that Ike is a clone of Marth, which is just, like, complete insanity. So I don't think... They very much look at it at face value. They're like, blue hair and sword, same character. These are probably people that play the game once a year and they just pick Link because Breath of the Wild, and then, like, they don't know anything else about the game. Which, like, to a point, is fine. It's when they start having really bad takes based on their lack of experience that I start to get agitated. I liked Simon more, personally. But that's as someone who doesn't really know anything about Castlevania, to be fair. So that was based solely on, like, appearances? I thought Simon just looked like a badass. I feel like I would have played as either of them a lot if it wasn't for the fact that the recoveries are fucking ass. Did their recoveries ever get buffed? Or were they just like, nah, we're sentencing this character to death in the bad recovery dungeon? Because I really liked the way they played, it's just their recovery was not good. Like, to the point where they were kind of, like, not that playable. You guys probably should have known better. I hate the piranha plants so fucking much. What a bad item. Like, those 3 mushrooms could have actually been useful, but instead they weren't because I had a piranha plant. It looks bad because he isn't wearing pants. What have you got against people not wearing pants? I might be not wearing pants. That's obviously not true because I've stood up multiple times this stream, so you know that's not the case. But you might not be wearing pants for all we know. I'd say that I hope you are, but honestly, in this summer, like, if you feel like you need a break from pants, like, by all means, do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna judge. I would say that Volpe does need to get Mario Kart so he can join us. But it's full fucking price, and I'd rather he buy Xenoblade 3, so I'm not gonna pressure about it too much. I do think, and maybe it's a little early to commit to this, I do think we're going to try to get back to the Castlevania games and Bayonetta in October. Those are both things that I've been meaning to do for a very long time. Originally, Bayonetta got sidelined because my computer sucked and couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle streaming it, rather. Which I guess I should probably test this one, because maybe it's a problem with the game and not a problem with the computer. And then it got sidelined because I got sick as shit last October, so... Excuse me. Yeah, it's weird that this... I mean, I guess... Can you gift games to people on PlayStation and Xbox? Maybe it's not that weird. But you could gift games on, like, earlier Nintendo platforms, couldn't you? Maybe I'm crazy. Did none of those gift subs go out still? Like, what the hell? Are they ever gonna go out? Like, are those just... Man, I feel bad because you guys might have to deal with, like, refund bullshit if they didn't go out properly. Good thing I didn't do the... Let's do a Mario Kart bingo card and... Bingo cart, if you will? Sorry. And if we get bingo, I'll gift a membership, because that wouldn't have worked anyway. I'm just doomed to a bad placement. Ah, no, I think there's another item coming up. There's not, never mind. I'm just doomed to being back here now. Feels good. Bum, 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 bum. Riley and I are just so sweaty in, like, every lobby. I'd feel bad about it, but, like, I never win anyway, so it's not like I'm, like... It's not like I'm smurfing, you know? It's not like we're doing it to get more wins, because if we were, we're doing a bad job of getting more wins doing it, so it's who cares? Yeah, it's still 60. We were very fortunate that when, that it actually went on sale for, like, 30 back in, like, spring. Because these games going on sale for that low, like, never happen. Or was it 40? Even 40 was like, that never happens. So this is, like, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I knew that picking it up for, like, from a stream perspective was going to be worthwhile. Because of the fact that, like, everybody has it. And then I immediately realized that not everybody has it. But still, I don't necessarily regret it. Even then, like, I mean, it goes on sale every now and then, but Nintendo sales are usually, like... It's still, like, over 50. Like, their sales are not good. So it going on sale for... I think it was, like, 33% off, and I was like, that never happens. It's now or never. And I think that week... I think, was it Lightgazer and Theo that both dropped pretty big donations? So I was like, you know what? Now's the time. It might have been Theo and GMT. I don't remember. It's been a while. So I was like, you know what? Now's the time. Also, now's the time for you to get fucked, Waluigi. I'd say sorry, but I'm not. Even a little. That's unfortunate. Bum 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 bum. How can people complain about the graphics? This stage looks so cool. This is a great reimagining. Like, if I was rating just the DLC, this is like an S tier, absolutely. Oh, I almost hit him with that bomb, I think. So I think the first Castlevania we'll play will be the first one on Game Boy. I think that's the next one in, like, chronological order. Release order, rather. And then we'll go back to 3. On one hand, like, at least Nintendo actually does hold sales now, because in the Wii U days, they wouldn't even put games on sale ever. Especially on, like, the eShop. It just never happened. The sales aren't very good, but at least they are sales. So, I guess it's something. 2 Dalton Schultz. Prefer old Choco Mountain? What's wrong with you? I mean, the old one's fine, too. I think this is, like, a perfectly fine update, though. And I'm just speaking from, like, a graphical level. Like... I did Castlevania 1 and 2, and I started 3, but I only did, like, half of it. I think I got about... I don't even know if it was about halfway through it. I think it was, though. I think Scarlet said, 1T Scarlet said that I was only about halfway through it. And that took, like, 6 hours, so I was kind of like... I can't keep going right now. And then I got sick, so I never got back to continuing it. I guess I should also question, should I play 1 and 2 again? Just because it's been a while. I don't think so, though. In the interest of time, I don't think I will. Oh yeah, Twain doesn't have Mario Kart either. That's the other one I was thinking of. Okay, it did still hit him. Man, I had a lot of shit I wanted to do last October that just went off the rails because of getting sick. I think that's what this coming October will be. It will be October 2021, Part 2. I do not like this course. Something about this course is very... If you get a good lead or fall really far behind, it is not changing. Like, that last lap always feels really bad because comebacks feel impossible. I don't know what it is about that last lap exactly, like, what about the course that makes it fucky, but it's like... I feel like whenever I start that last lap in, like, 8th place, I'm like, I'm only gonna go down from here. Like, there's no coming back from this. I think that's a pretty low tier course. Okay. Oh, I was gonna play the Bloodstained games, too. And then, again, never got to it because I got sick. I don't think I ever told anybody that, though. Actually, I do own the first Bloodstained, and I was planning on also playing that. But I felt like I should play the Castlevanias first. Or at least a bunch of them. I kind of don't... What was that? I kind of don't mind getting courses like that. There's way too many fucking Waluigi's, dude. It makes me want to throw up. I kind of don't mind getting courses like this random, because, like, people don't pick courses like this on their own will, so... It's like, hey, cool. I guess an upside with switching to, like, private lobbies or tournaments, too, would be we can just ban anybody that's playing Waluigi Wiggler. I'm so mixed on this game, honestly. I think at its core, it's a lot of fun to play, but, like, items make it so unfun. Like, the races last too long. Because you have races like this where I'm like, who cares? Just eliminate me. I still think there should be a mode where you have those balloons behind you. And if you take, like, too many hits, you just get eliminated. Because if I get hit, I don't know what the threshold is, but if I get hit a certain number of times, I literally do not care to finish the race. The only reason I'm not putting my controller down is because I know that they'll disconnect me, and then I'm going to have to wait to get back in. But that was definitely I've been hit so many times, I don't care right now. I'm just going to drive off the course, because I just don't give a shit. It sucks, because I was kind of thinking maybe we'll play Mario Kart again next week, too. But then it's like, do I want to? I'm having fun hanging out and talking to you guys. I would honestly say I'm not having fun playing the game that much. Or at least the moments of not fun are outweighing the moments of this is really fun. Like, it's definitely I'm only playing this on stream. I don't play this off stream, like, at all, because why would I want to? Also, this was, like, some shitty track picks, if I'm being honest. Right when I got it, I was playing it off-stream a lot, because I wanted to get all the gold parts and stuff. But even then, I got all the gold Kart pieces, and then I was like, I can do 200 to get gold Mario, but I was like, I don't care. And I got other stuff I want to do. And would I ever play as gold Mario? No. So I would basically be getting it just to say, like, yeah, I have it. At that point, it would just be to brag, and it's like, I don't care. Because if kids were coming in and, like, bragging that they have gold Mario, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be like, oh, good for you. I'd be like, wow, have you touched grass recently? So, like, why would I want to try and get gold Mario? The car is so loud. I think of the stuff we're playing on stream right now, the only thing I'm playing off stream is Monster Hunter. And I guess I put in a bunch of Mario Golf time this month. Honestly, next time we stream that, I might get all of the Superstar Clubs, because that's how close I'm getting. That guy probably plays Fall Guys and grabs people on Hexagon. Can we go back to when we insulted gamers by calling them Hanzo mains? That was, like, really funny. And it's, like, not a thing anymore. You have to be kidding me. What? I want to feel rewarded for being, like, good at driving in this game. And you never feel rewarded for that. That's my problem. No matter how much you practice on these courses, you still just feel like you're being punished, like, 50% of the time. Like, there's a skill plateau. Like, as you start playing the game, learning the courses, learning how to drift, it's like you feel like you're climbing, and you're like, I'm getting better at this game. And then you just hit a plateau, and you're like, oh, now it's just all luck. We've seen this course like 4 times tonight. Not really, but we've seen it more than you'd think. We lost Riley at some point, by the way. You hate to see it. I guess because I insulted his take on Chaco Mountain. We also lost Scarlet, but she's at work, so that's fair. I imagine somebody came in and was like, I broke my fucking leg, could you x-ray me now? And she was like, I'm on Rainbow Road right now, like, you're gonna have to wait, like, a minute. Well, he's just gonna immediately hit me. Yeah, like, why wouldn't he? How did I miss all of those item boxes? How did that red shell miss me? What is happening? Am I a god? See that. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Volpe liked that one, I guess. I imagine 2 outcomes. Either they, like, broke their leg so bad that their bone is, like, sticking out of the side of their thigh, and they're like, I'm in first place, you're gonna have to hold on a second. Either that, or they're gonna be like, I'm in so much pain, could you please... Yo, is that Mario Kart? Can I play? I call Normio. Yo, Super Normio Brothers, I'm in. That's like the best game ever. Can I play Mario? Oh, just default Kart, please. I'm using default Kart, though, so that one doesn't work very well. Why is it always lagging when I'm in first place? That's very sus. Like, what is happening? Oh no, my score.
It's so high. They usually... It didn't even, like, switch to the you finished the race view, though. Like, when you finish a race, the camera, like, zooms in around your character. So it wasn't that the results didn't come in, it was that there was lag. And you could tell there was a Peach on the map that was, like, just sitting still. So there was some lag in that match. I guess there's also the outcome where she asks the guy with the broken leg, like, you don't play Waluigi, do you? Okay, get on the table. Okay, yeah, see what I mean? You know what? We're at 4 hours anyway. I should probably take a break. That was kind of convenient timing. Guy, if you want to go ahead and jump into a new one, I will join off of you when I sit back down. Why are you so far down the list? I don't even know who some of these people are anymore. It may be a bit of an exaggeration. I could probably wager a guess. Yeah, if you want to hop into one, I'll join you when we get back. So, I won't be long. And we will continue shortly. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, so stay tuned. Say hi to everybody. Precious. I'm gonna have to put you down, like, right away. If I'm not spectating. Okay. Do we have an understanding? I'm probably gonna be spectating. It's probably fine. I'm spectating. Look at that. You get a couple minutes. You get a couple minutes of cuddles. Your support. You're so good. You're ridiculous. Up until, like, last year, she never did this. Did I change aftershaves or something? Is that what... I might have to put you down now. I have to put you down now. I'm sorry. Neo Bowser City, baby! Let's do it. You can stay in here. I just can't hold you while I'm trying to race. Also, I'm all fucking wet now, so what the fuck. So thank you for that.
Hey!
Oh, yes, of course.
What, Volpe? Oh, what, like a patient discovering that a doctor is like, oh, your house Gryffindor? I guess I'm gonna have to find another doctor. I don't know if that's the most fitting of the houses. That's the only one I know the name of. So I just it'll have to do. Yo, I can't be mad about Animal Crossing.
Hey, baby.
Her name's Nala, which I actually don't like that much. But when we adopted her, that was the name she had when we adopted her, and I didn't like it, but I couldn't think of anything I liked more. I'm bad with naming, and by the time I got even close to thinking of something where I was like, this could be okay, it was like too late. It was like, okay, that's her name now. She doesn't even look like Nala, dude. Nala wasn't a fucking calico. Like, it bugs the shit out of me. I usually just call her Goofy anyway, so it's fine. Oddly enough, my first cat's name was Belle. But that was like a complete coincidence because we actually named her that. Could have been worse, though. A couple years ago... And by a couple years ago, I mean this was probably like 8 years ago. For a small period of time, my mom was fostering cats. Kittens, rather. And, one of them... We were, like, close to saying we should just adopt this one, because it didn't really... It was very afraid of people. And I was, like, one of the first people it, like, really opened up to. So we were kind of close to, like, we were kind of, like, worried about it doing well with other people, so we were like, maybe we should just keep it. And, we thought it was a... Don't ask me how this happened. I just didn't look, I guess. We thought it was a boy. So its temporary name was Maurice. And then when we found out, once we did give it up to, for adoption, we found out it was actually female. And I was like, oh, well, it's a good thing we didn't stay stuck on that name, I guess. Wario Stadium. Jet Tunes, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Bella's from what? Come on, Volpe. I guess you are young, but... If you haven't seen that movie, you should probably go watch it, because it's pretty good. The original, that is. I actually don't mind the live-action version. I don't think it's awful. As far as Disney live-actions go, it's not bad. I don't think. I wouldn't say it's good, but... it's better than Lion King and Aladdin, so... I guess that's not saying a whole lot. Her name's not Beauty, no. And even then we named her that because of... she had a bunch of toys with bells in them and she really liked them. And I was even at the age of, like... how old was I? I want to say like 12? I was already bad at naming. Still bad at naming, but... let's see, we got Nala in 2013. Holy shit, you're almost 10. What the fuck? You're old. And that's like, we don't know how old she was when we got her, so she's probably like 11 or 12. Anyway, got her in 2013. Belle passed when she was 18. Yeah, 18. She was old as fuck for a cat. She had a very nice, healthy life. The sad thing is like, due to the time period, I don't have a lot of pictures of her, because I didn't have like a smartphone until after that. So I couldn't even be like, here's a picture of Belle, because I just don't really have any. I'll have to ask my mom. She might have some. So I was 10. If she passed in 2013 and was 18, we got her in 95? So yeah, I was 10 when we got her. I destroyed that race. What the fuck? Where's your meta now? There's like 3 Waluigis. What are you guys doing? Fat lot of good all that sweat's doing.
Hi, baby.
Belle is still with us in a roundabout way. We got her cremated, so I have a little box with her name on it out in the living room. Turnpike? You don't see Turnpike very often. I remember I took some pictures of her on my 3DS. Because I was very obsessed with, yo, it has a camera that can take pictures in 3D. That's epic. So I just took a bunch of pictures with the 3DS. Except it was at, like, 180p, so it's, like, the quality's really bad. And I don't know if I still have them on there. In fact, I think it was probably my first 3DS, so it might not even be on my current one. It probably is. Yeah, I get really paranoid about, like, anything like that. Like, I'm always, like... If we're, like, moving furniture or something, I'm putting her in a room and closing the door until we're done. I'm not just gonna leave her running, like, rampant. Because I know that if anyone that's helping don't have pets, they're not gonna pay attention to where she is. So therefore, I'm just going to be obsessed with, okay, where is she? So I'm just like, I'm just gonna put her in her room, and we're just gonna close the door until we're done. I don't, like, trust anyone else to, like, pay attention to make sure that she doesn't just go wandering out. And it happened with my first cat a couple times, where people would just leave doors open and she'd just wander outside. Oh yeah, the DSi had a camera too, didn't it? The original DS didn't. I never had a DSi, though. What is he doing? He's all over the road, dude. Oh my god. Well, I just have to hope that everyone behind me got worse items than I did. Yo, back to back? Back to back, yo, spin it on the back. Back to back on the turntable back? Turntable, spin it on, turntable, spin it on. Riley knows what I'm talking about. 3DS. It had to have been like 240 or so. It was not good. I think he was trying to swerve so that I would hit the blue shell, yeah. I just wasn't, like, willing to let that happen. Yoshi's Circuit. Yeah, see, Rally gets me. I did another Sonic Hurdle last night where I heard half a second and I was like, I know what that track is. Always feels good. I should start doing those on stream again. I also don't feel like stopping everything just to... I only do the Sonic Hurdle now. I don't do the rest of them. The other ones all betrayed me for various reasons. So I was like, fuck that. I'm not doing those anymore. I did have like 4 in a row on the Sonic Hurdle that I was like, I have no idea. Because they were from games like Knuckles Chaotix and like Shadow the Hedgehog, and I was like, dude, I don't know. I don't know those. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. How many boomerangs are active right now? What the hell? What sort of mania was that? Motherfucker. He didn't even slow down. What the hell? Do 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 do. Bum bum ba da bum bum ba da bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, what have I done? Come on. That was a pretty crappy recovery. Goddamn mother. What is happening? bum, 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 bum. Cut me some slack. Like, come on. Scratch and crawl my way back up to 4th place and then immediately get hit. Like, come on. That almost hit me. 2 bullet bills again? Like, oh my god. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Did this cocksucker stop at the finish line? Are you serious? What a piece of shit human being. Like, why would you do that? Maybe he got hit by something, but if I see him do that again, I'm probably gonna, like, rage quit the fuck right out of this lobby. That's just a level of sweat that's completely uncalled for. Yeah, I only had the normal DS, and then I did get a DS Lite, but that was it. I didn't feel the need to get the DSi. Similarly, I got the original 3DS, and then I got the 3DS XL, but I didn't get anything after that. Or the new 3DS XL, whatever the hell it's called. You know what I meant. I kind of wanted to get the... Was it the 2DS XL, the one that was still, like, it had the clamshell design again? I kind of wanted to get one of those just because I thought they looked really cool. Like, the design was very slick. But I was also like, I have no reason to have one. Like, I'd be spending money just to spend money. I don't think there was even anything wrong with my DS Fat. I think it's just I wanted a light. I was just like, I want one, so I'm just gonna get one. Bad drift is bad. Hey, I hit the motherfucker. 2 people are just AFK, apparently. I'm pretty sure that guy from the last race switched to Roy. So he's like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing right now. Maybe he got tired of being sweaty. God, like, you ever see somebody being sweaty and it just, like, makes you feel gross? Like, you didn't even do anything, but you're like, man, I feel disgusting now. Like, I need to go outside and touch some grass. Like, that's too much. My skin's crawling. Like, as much as I criticize it, like, there's normal levels of sweat, which is just like, okay, you like to win. I guess that's fine. But then there's shit like that. That's just like, nah, you're just a toxic shitbag. Pretty sure we're gonna get some severe lag at the end of this race. Like, are these two trolling?
Like, how long are we gonna have to sit here? If we... Okay, good. I was about to say, I mean, that's not good, but if those two players, like, deliberately waited just to be like, now that everybody's finished, we're gonna make them wait while we finish the race, I would have been like, we're fucking out of here right now. There's no way. But I think they were just disconnects, so it's fine. I mean, it's still shitty, but, you know. Alright, Guy, I'll leave it to you again. I'd ask if anybody wants to, like, see someone other than Daisy, but, like, it's fucking Daisy, shut up. If you want to see less Daisy, then we have problems. The sad thing is, like, most of... I think everything but my 3DS XL, all their batteries are dead. So I can basically only play them when they're plugged in. My Game Boy Advance SP does not hold a charge anymore. My original DS doesn't hold a charge anymore. My DS Lite doesn't hold a charge anymore. I guess my original 3DS is fine, too, come to think of it. I just gave that to somebody else, but it still functions. I don't know why I got disconnected there, but... Yeah, she's pretty up there. I honestly like Peach a lot too, but just in a very different way. Kind of hard to explain. I think she's a good character too, though. It's kind of sad that the longer I've, like, let it process, I don't like Rosalina at all anymore. Which is mostly sad because I would still probably say that Mario Galaxy is my favorite Mario game, but it's just... They put her in too much stuff, and now I'm just like, I don't care anymore. Hey, look, a gold Mario tryhard. Otherwise, I'm now, like... I wouldn't even say it's new. I was always a big fan of Pauline, and I'm glad that they're doing more with her now. She's not a princess, though, but... As far as the Mario ladies go, I think Pauline's really cool. I was pretty excited to see that she was in golf. It's just a shame that golf isn't better. I still don't regret getting Mario Golf by any stretch of the imaginations, but it's like... At the end of the road, I would maybe say that it was kind of disappointing. Like, I liked it and had a good time with it, but it could have been so much better. Mayonnaise? I don't think that's the mayo word you're looking for. I don't think that's the mayo word anybody's looking for. Most people don't like mayonnaise, right? Isn't that a thing? We talked about sour cream last night. That I said I don't really like sour cream unless it's like a part of something else. I'd say mayonnaise is the same way.
I don't really like it, but, like, as a base for something else, I think it can be fine. These picks suck. I'm amazed that we haven't seen Coconut Mall yet tonight, and to try and keep that going just for funsies, I'm gonna choose Chaos. Scarlet's me looks like so happy to be here. That's fine, I guess. 200, come on, what? Overall, a happy-go-lucky person. Lucky. I often wish I wasn't so cynical, but I can't help it. But I guess I don't mind being cynical. I think my concern is that, like, it just comes off as just overly negative a lot of the times. God, this feels even faster than 200. What the hell? And I've started analyzing, like, the way I talk about certain things. Because I find that I'll often be, like... What's a good example? If someone were to ask, like, oh, okay, how do you feel about the Wave 2 DLC so far? Instead of being like, here's what I like, I'll usually say, like, well, I like it except for this. Which makes it seem like I'm just prioritizing the negative stuff, right? And a lot of the times I look at it as... It's because I like it that I'm being so critical of it. I don't think a lot of people are good at looking at things that way, though. So whenever they see that you're being critical about it, they just automatically assume you don't like it. Does that make sense? I've also tried to be better about, like, recognizing when some things are, like, just not for me. Motherfucker. That turn is, like, impossible on 200cc. What the fuck? This was hell. I hated it. But I guess part of it is if I'm watching somebody... I've watched people before that will just, like, gush about a game, like, relentlessly about how good it is, and they'll just completely ignore its flaws, and I don't want to ever come off like that. It's, I guess, what it comes down to. So sometimes if I'm just like, this game is just good, I fucking love it, I'm like, I feel like I'm being too... I feel like I have to stop and be like, okay, but what don't I like about it? Because it can't be perfect. You know what I mean? So, to a point, I can't, like, change the way I am with that, but I do sometimes feel like I'm, like... I didn't used to be this cynical, I guess is what it comes down to. When I was, like, 12, I was not cynical. I think my, like, late teens through my 20s just, like, made me very cynical. And I guess that just happens. A lot of people get more cynical as they get older. It's just, I kind of wish I could shake it to a point. It's that but. It's that but. Remember we were talking about the political but? I feel like people do that for everything. Where even if you don't like something, they'll be like, but... Or if you do like something, or if you don't like something, there's always like a but. People will ask what you mean, or like ask if you like something, and then you'll like give them an answer, and they'll be like, yeah, but... You know what I mean? And I think, and that's why I said that I like the random questions. I think that's why I made a point of pointing that out, because I noticed that that's a thing, like when I'm watching other streamers, much bigger streamers, I noticed that they have that a lot, where people will just be like, hey, so I was wondering, I saw this game recently, have you heard of it? Are you thinking about playing it? And I feel like people don't do that a lot here, and that's probably because of the cynicism, that people assume that, they assume my answer is going to be negative, so they just don't bother asking those questions. You know what I mean? I think it's my doing that people stopped asking random questions. Which is why I felt like I needed to point it out and say, like, by the way, I like this. In fact, I wish it happened more often. So I won't be negative? I'm not making any promises in that regard. I'm just trying to be more self-aware about my negativity. A good example I've been thinking a little bit about lately is Elden Ring. Elden Ring is 100% not my type of game. But it looks like a perfectly well-constructed game. So I'm not just going to be like, it's bad. Because it looks fine, it just doesn't look like the type of game I would enjoy. And I understand why people would enjoy it. And I feel like that's happened before, too, where people have asked my opinions on games, and I'm just like, it's just not for me, and then they're like, oh man, why are you being so negative? And I'm like, first of all, you asked. Second of all, I'm just saying it's not for me. This game, perfect game, 10 out of 10, but you don't like the water levels, then why'd you say these positives? The thing is those aren't positives. And I think that's, like, from a creator mentality, for me personally, it's easier for me to identify the things I don't like. Because effectively, the things that I don't like are the things that don't work. But if something works, you don't think about it. It's just kind of there. And you're like... I think we were talking about Xenoblade the one night, and I was like, yeah, I love it. It's my game of the year. Probably. Like, 99% chance. Probably. And then I went on to say, like, there's a couple of quality of life improvements that I think could be made. There's a couple of things I don't like. I didn't finish talking about why I like it so much, though. You know what I mean? I went straight to, I like it, but... what I think it should be, and this isn't necessarily the right way of putting it either, but I think it should be more, there's a couple of things I don't like, but I really like it. Because then it segues into, okay, continue talking about why you like it. Saying, I like it, except for this, segues into, now I'm going to talk about the negatives. It puts the positive behind you, and now you're talking about the negatives. Whereas if you were to say, there's a couple of things I don't like, but I really like the game, that's putting the negative behind you and focusing on the positive. You get what I'm saying? There's a couple of little quality of life, like, interface improvements that they could make with, like, the map and, like, the quest log and stuff like that. But otherwise... the world's really pretty, the soundtrack is incredible, I really like all 6 of the main characters, I think they're all great. I expected to hate at least one of them, and I don't. I really like all of them. I think the story's pretty good. It's maybe a little predictable, but that's because the foreshadowing is really good, so it's kind of intentional. It's not predictable because it's like, oh, I've seen this story before. It's predictable because they foreshadow very well, which isn't necessarily a negative. I think the combat is really fun. And the combat systems are really engaging. That's what I should do. I think the last time we talked about it, I said I really like it, but you know what? Like, it bugs me that you can't fast travel anywhere in the world. You can only fast travel to, like, the map you're on, so you have to go to the zone-in of the area and transition to the next map, and then fast travel to the next loading screen. And then, like I said, I don't like that. I don't like how the quest tracker kind of lies and says this is a level 30 quest, but there's level 70 monsters in the area. Instead of focusing on this is what I like, I said, I'm going to get this part out of the way, and then I'm going to focus on the part I don't like for the next 30 minutes. Which is like, but why would I get the part that I like it out of the way? That's like... I might not be making any sense right now, but it's something I've been thinking about lately. Of just like a frame of mind.
Do you want out, kitty? I noticed you're, like, pacing a lot. Are you done? Do you want out of the room? You were the one that wanted to come in here, so, you know.
This is on you. I didn't force you to do anything. Another topic that we were on a couple nights ago was, like, battle royales. Where, like, battle royales are not for me. And I always worry that when I say, like, yeah, that doesn't look like something I enjoy, that just comes off as, that game looks bad. And they're not the same thing, is, I guess, what I'm trying to acknowledge and find a better way of presenting my opinion on those. Now, there are still other games where I'm like, nah, that game's just ass. So, like, that's still a thing. It's just, you know, noticing that there's, like, a very big divide there. I like battle royales in concept. So I guess you would call it, like, okay, looking at, like, Fortnite, Warzone, games like that. I guess I would call that, like, a survival battle royale. Because it's, like, the matches are meant to take a while, and it's, like, elimination-based, right? Those are what I'm like, I don't really care for those. Because, like, Fall Guys is a battle royale, too. But it doesn't have that element. You never have a moment of, like, I'm just gonna spend 10 minutes alone, not doing anything, and waiting for something to happen. And that's what I don't like about it. But, like, Fall Guys doesn't have that. And that's what I want to see more of, I think. I think Battle Royales, in the concept of it's a lot of players in, like, an elimination-based game mode, I think there's a lot of potential there. I'm not a big fan of the survival aspect of it, though, where you have to scavenge for loot for 15 minutes. And then by the time you run into another player, you're not ready for it because your adrenaline isn't high because you've been doing nothing for the past 15 minutes. I'm not a fan of that, personally. I could maybe see why people would like it, but I don't. Oh, that was bad. I panicked. And now I'm fucked. So, you hate to see it. I needed something good, and I did not get it. You son of a bitch. Nah. That's fine. Fourth is okay. That could have been much worse.
What are you doing? You want out? Map. Do you want out? Come on. There you go.
I wonder how much it would cost to install a cat door in the store. It'd probably be very stupid for the from the perspective of like soundproofing, but yeah, that can be a thing with. You would hate streaming, by the way, Volpe. If you don't like the feeling of people watching you play and judging you, you would hate being a streamer. I hope you don't have any desire to be a streamer, because you will not like it. I mean, on one hand, when I was, well, not when I was your age, when I was a little bit younger than you, I cared a lot more about, like, what people thought, too, and now I'm kind of like, I don't care. I mean, I still care, but it doesn't, like, keep me up at night. Now it's just I'm more selective about, like, I care what you guys think. Do I care what Fortnite player Kid Swag 420 thinks of me? No. The kids that just come to chat and say play Fortnite or exclamation point ad? No, I don't give a fuck what they think. I care less about what strangers think, let's put it that way. Not even strangers. I guess it's more of, like, you start to learn who is going to be critical no matter what you do, and then you start to realize that even if you do everything according to how they say you should do it, that they're still going to be critical of you, and you're like, well, then why the fuck should I care what you think? I have a lot of family like that was and is very judgmental about how I've, like, chosen to live my life. And eventually I realized, even if I drop everything and do exactly what they think I should do, they're still gonna be, like, they're still gonna be snooty about it. So it's like, why do I fucking care what they think? That was a very enlightening moment for me. On one hand, I regret it, and this comes back to the feeling like I'm too cynical kind of thing, because now I just don't talk to family anymore. I hit a point where I'm just like, I'm just gonna, like, cut you out of my life then. Which is, like, maybe not the healthiest way of doing it, but it was how I chose to process it. Yeah, my point is you would probably not enjoy streaming if that's something you're worried about. And I guess I understand why with games like Fall Guys you were kind of hesitant about playing, because you were worried that someone was going to be like, hey, what's that bean doing? Why is he doing it like that? But you know what? I think you've gotten, like, as many wins as I have, so I would be pretty quick to tell him to shut the fuck up. So... yeah, fuck you, worst princess. You're not even a real princess. Get that shit out of here. Royal Raceway, Neo Bowser City, both solid picks. Better than Electrodome, don't at me. For what, Riley? For screwing over that Rosalina? Did you pass her too? phone's fully charged. It's only 66 degrees out. You love to see it. Actually, when I cracked the door to let the cat out, I was like, holy shit, it's fucking... Even in the rest of the apartment, it's kind of fucking chilly. Oh, you weren't talking to the streamer. Okay. I see how it is. But that whole judge thing is like, that's a lot of why I don't like backseating, because I feel like anyone choosing to backseat is them immediately judging you and saying you won't be able to do this without me. Nice. That snipe, though. Go, Rally, go. That was an unfortunate hit. It must be nice to get 3 red shells. I'm surprised Mike didn't show up. I said Xenoblade like multiple times tonight. Maybe they weren't in rapid succession enough of each other. I gotta wonder, do I want to put in like another solid chunk of Xenoblade time next, like tomorrow, while I'm off, or do I want to do other stuff with my time? I'll think about it. Part of why I was thinking about doing a movie night with members is like, I think that's kind of what I feel like doing with one of these nights, is just not doing anything. But I also have to put some Monster Hunter time in. I'll probably do that instead. I think once we hit rank 100 in Monster Hunter, I'll feel comfortable to, like... Then I won't have to play it off-stream. Unless I want to. In case I know anyone that, like, has a name that, like, rhymes with Miley, but, like, starts with, like, an R or something that might want to hunt. But, then I'll be free to do it, and I can be like, yeah, that sounds fun. Like, I don't feel like I have to hunt, but I could hunt. But that'll probably never happen, right? Why would they want to hunt with me? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm stopping. Yeah, that's true. I need to, like, de-rust from the art perspective, too. That's something I need to do. True. That's true, that's true. You know what? That's true. Don't let it fool you, by the way, that Rosalina is still a meta tryhard. They're still on a Wiggler with the right wheels. And it's the same weight class as Waluigi. Don't be fooled. Plus, as far as a movie night goes, I don't really know what I want to watch anyway. So, I guess there's a couple of Pixar movies I've been like, I should rewatch these. I've only watched Soul once, and I've only watched Turning Red once. So I guess that's as good a place to start as any. And hey, nothing wrong with, like, just watching Sonic 2 again or something. Fucking oil! You hate to see it. No, you motherfucker, why would you do this? Why would you do- We were gonna catch her! What a fucking Fall Guys player, dude. Like, we were in that together. We could have stopped and beaten that Rosalina. And they were like, nah, I'd rather lose and take you down with me. If I can't lose, no one will. Or if I can't win, no one will, rather. Warrior State. Well, that was weird. It took forever for my mouse to get going. So, not next week, but the week after, which will then be in September. That's when we're gonna do Fall Guys again. How many days are in August? 30? 31. So September 2nd will be the next Fall Guys stream. I do not appreciate that interruption. Did you guys not get to... No, you got disconnected too. I'll give Guy a second to jump back in. Or Scarlet, I guess. Guy, if you need to, like, you know, take a break or anything. We've been going pretty hard for the past, ever since you jumped in, so... I think better to get paid to play video games at work. That's what I'm doing right now, kind of. More or less. So I said, not this Sunday, but next Sunday is when we'll maybe start the art streams. That'll be on the 28th. What's the next, like, game release that I have to care about? I think it's pretty wide open for a while, because I'm probably not going to get Bayonetta 3 right away, because I'd rather play the other two first. Even if I don't necessarily have to, it's not like the games are going to take that long, so... I think I'd rather just do it. Not getting Splatoon. Not accounting for, like, indie stuff, which is hard to keep track of. I think, Pokemon's gonna be the next one, which is, like, mid-November. That's the upside with this summer being so packed with, like, too much stuff to do, is once I start actually checking stuff off the list, it'll be a little bit comfier, because I'll be, like... There won't be other things where I'm like, oh, I gotta immediately start this now. Alright, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday will probably just be Coromon. I think I'm still going to go pretty hard on that to try and finish that. I don't know if we're going to do... I'm kind of tempted to just do more Mario Kart next week. I guess I should ping everybody about Mario Golf and see if they want to do more. I'm kind of thinking a break from Mario Golf couldn't hurt. But I'm worried that if we take a break from it, that's just going to be it, and we're never going to find an excuse to go back to it. Smash is pretty low on the list, if I'm being honest. It has a lot to compete with as far as multiplayer stuff goes. I mean, if Mario Golf gets dropped, then that's one less thing to worry about. But then there's still Mario Kart, Fall Guys, and technically Monster Hunter. Yeah, we've seen a number of disconnects tonight. That is unfortunate. August is half over already. Alright, so I don't know about next Friday yet. Right now, the main objective is to finish Coromon, basically. And also, I guess, kind of finish Monster Hunter. That's gonna be a thing where, like, there won't truly be finishing it for a while due to the title updates. I don't know if they said when the second update's gonna come out, but I have a feeling by the time we, like, get close to being, like, done with it, it's gonna be like, oh, we have another update anyways, so... I think my next priority should probably be try and get those art streams going. And I think once Coromon's done, I think before we get back into Fire Emblem, we're gonna try and do some like random Sonic and Mega Man stuff. I don't want to wait too long on Fire Emblem. That person's not even in first. What the hell? There's 2 baby Rosalinas? What the hell? There's, like, 4 of them? What is happening? I've never seen this many baby Rosalinas in one place. Like, are they... They have to be memeing, right? There's no way we found 3 people that are, like, naturally choosing to play Baby Rosalina in one lobby. That's just not possible. I guess I should aim to finish Fire Emblem Warriors before October, because then I want to pivot and do, like, Castlevania and Bayonetta and such. It's a nice-ish comeback. Popular pick. Sorry, what? I streamer brained hard. What was I talking about? With Baby Rosalina? I'm having to rewind my brain, which is very difficult to do. Or were you talking about Smash, or the art streams? Help. Help. Is that Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson. Yeah, streaming schedule's what distracted me from whatever Volpe is saying popular pick to. That's where I'm lost. Oh, with Baby Rosalina? She's not a popular pick, though. You don't see a lot of her. For good reason, because baby characters are bad. Stank Puss. Okay, that's a name. Riley, are you in here? Can I get some Piranha Plant swag, please? Piranha Plant slide swag? Piranha slide. What the fuck is this called? Piranha Plant slide? Is that it? You thought. There it is. Motherfucker, how did that even happen? What the hell? Am I bad? Am I the worst to ever do it? We also have a Koopaling sighting, by the way. Remember I was saying nobody plays as the fucking Koopalings? To the point that I almost respect when I see somebody playing as them, because it's like... It's certainly not a fucking meme, so... Although if it's Roy, it's the same fucking meta as Waluigi and Rosalina, so I can't respect it too much. Did anyone ever watch Doug when they were little? You remember that episode where where he's like fantasizing about his like superhero world and he slows down the rotation of the Earth to create another weekend day called Fun Day? We need that. I need an extra day in my week. I need more time. I guess what nobody thinks about, though, is if we had more time, we would, in theory, be aging faster. Comparatively to how much time is passing. So, like, maybe it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing, but... Let's, for the sake of argument, say that it's a fantasy world where you legitimately have extra hours in your day, and you don't have to spend them, like, you know, sleeping. Or being tired. I beg your pardon? Okay, that was interesting. I still got second. Fuck you, stay free.
Because there's too much shit, dude. There's too much shit. And it puts me in, like, a bad headspace, because, like, I hate... It probably sounds like with Koromon, I'm, like, playing it just to finish it, and I am enjoying it, but I'm also, like, every game I play is, like, effectively in the way of me playing other games. Whenever I get an idea of, like, I should play Sonic Adventure, because I've never played the original one, I've only played the director's cut, which is apparently worse. I'm like, yeah, but when am I gonna have the fucking time to do that? It's... That was something that was nice about video content for a while, but then I went too hard on it, and now I have video content to last the next fucking month. So I'm kind of like, well, why would I make more video content before I need to? Okay, I was almost pogging for a second, and then it landed on Water Park. What a generic name for a course. They didn't even try, man.
This is like maybe some of the worst world building in all of Mario. They were just like, it's a water park. It's called Water Park. Like, what the hell? I think that's the reason I don't like this course. I've never been able to figure out, like, why I don't like this course, and I think that's it. There's, like, no imagination here. When the best idea is, what if underwater coaster? Like, that's not... You're not in good shape. I love hitting them with red shells and then they don't slow down at all. Feels good. That coaster doesn't even move fast, dude. That's not a coaster. That's like a tram. You gotta be kidding me. I hate everything. Is it me or is this lobby kind of sweaty? I thought Ren and Stimpy was older than that. I never watched Ren and Stimpy. Even at that young age, I was kind of like, this is kind of gross and, like, tasteless.
And in hindsight, I don't get Rugrats either. I remember watching it as a kid, but looking back, I'm like, what the fuck was that show? Like, what a non-show, you know? You know what I mean? Like, nothing ever happened. I don't know. Whoops. I didn't mean to. Except now that I'm here, I'm gonna come over here and hit you with an okay. Like, how did Rugrats get greenlit? It was like a slice of life show, except they're all babies. Who was like, yes, this is an excellent idea. Oh yeah, isn't the creator of Ren and Stimpy, like, a total bigoted ass bag or something? Didn't that come out, like, this year?
All of the old Nickelodeon stuff's on Paramount Plus too, isn't it? I think that's another reason why I was, like, semi-interested in picking up Paramount Plus at some point. Watch some fucking Rocco. See if it, like... I think I might actually find Rocco funnier now than when I was a kid. I'll be interested to find that out. Oh god, why? Oh, it was known for a long time. No, whatever. I was kind of... I didn't really care about that show anyways, so... I'd say it was, like... Doug... Rocco, Hey Arnold, Angry Beavers. That was a fun one. Ah! Real Monsters. That was another one. And then it's sad that, like, I remember Rocket Power only because I didn't get it. It was one of those shows. Because kid advertising is always, like, they push everything super hard because they really want you to be interested in, like, their new thing. So I remember them advertising it really hard, and I was just like, but there's nothing to this show. They're just kids with skateboards. Who cares? I feel like there might have been another one that I'm forgetting, but... I was definitely out of there before... You've got... What a fucking shot. I can't even be mad. I was definitely out of there before SpongeBob became a thing. Because I think I went back at one point and was like, let's see what this is all about, and I was, like, not impressed. My ass actually hurts a little bit after that one. Only familiar with these shows due to All-Star Brawl.
That's kind of neat, though. If there's actually a way to, like, access the shows and watch them now, I think that's cool. I choose Chaos. Bum, 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 bum. And then I remember all the weird live-action shows that I never watched because I just didn't care. At that age, I was like, if it's not a cartoon, I don't give a shit. But there's a bunch of weird ones that I was like, yeah, I don't care. Not just the game shows. I remember watching the game shows. Like the Hidden Temple one and the AstroTurf one. I remember watching those. Although I didn't care for the one where the whole point of the show was, like, let's throw people into disgusting liquids. Lel slime. It's kind of funny thinking back how, like, I say that I'm more cynical now, but even when I was a kid, I looked at stuff like that where they were like, we're just gonna slime everybody, and I was like, meh. So? Slime's overrated. Like, they hyped it up so much, and I was just like, who cares? Guts, that's it. But then they had the weird shit like Wienerville.
When are they gonna put a Wienerville character and Pete in Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl? That's what I'm here for. Never watched those shows because I thought they were weird and off-putting, especially Wienerville, but putting a character like that in there would be fucking really funny. Like, that'd be funny as hell. If it doesn't have a Wienerville character and Pete and Stick Stickly, I'm just like, I don't care. You know the terms, Nickelodeon. Like, it's balls in your court. And let's not forget Nick at Night. Does Nick at Night still exist? Is it just shows from, like, the 2000s now? It has to be, right? So when I was a kid, Nick at Night was, like, shows from, like, the fucking 70s and 80s. It was, like, I Dream of Jeannie and Bewitched and The Wonder Years and stuff like that. Now it's probably, like, Malcolm in the Middle or something. I'm sure if I went to watch it, I'd be like, I feel old. That would be a really funny the licensing for that would be a nightmare, I'm sure. What if somebody made a Smash-like, but it was all, like, old sitcoms? So you'd have, like, Samantha from Bewitched in it, and then you'd have, like, Danny DeVito's character from Taxi. Or whatever that show was called. And then the kid from The Wonder Years. And Al Bundy. Like, that would be such a funny concept. The licensing would be just awful, though. I have to assume. Ooh, I lose. Yep. I had a pretty big lead, but that was very bad. And now I don't have shit for items, so this isn't looking good. I mean, it's probably a top 3, at least. I have to be happy with that, I guess. In before the blue shell, you'd love to see it.
Does Nickelodeon own the rights to Goosebumps? They should put the fucking mannequin in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. Slappy? That'd be really funny, too. I think a lot of those characters are, like, good in my mind because to us that are in, like, our 30s, we'd be like, this is funny, and then everyone else would be like, what the fuck am I looking at? Which just makes it funnier. I guess that's meme culture in, like, a nutshell, though. Sad to say. It's just I'm in on the joke, so it would actually be... Yo, where the fuck is, like, Clarissa Explains It All in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl? I want to see Clarissa explain the fuck out of some people. That would be so funny, dude. There's so many, like, funny ideas. I forgot about Alex Mack. That's another one that would work really well. Wouldn't be, like, funny. It would just be like, yeah, that makes sense as a character. A lot of the characters they put in that, I'm like, I don't even know who that is. And then someone's like, oh, it's from this show. And I'm like, I don't know what that show is. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Are we crashing? I think we're crashing.
We're not crashing? Abort? Trying to remember, like, it had to have been around the high school age where I was like, I guess I'm not gonna, like, I was stupid in high school where I was very much like, I guess I'm getting too old for cartoons and video games now, time to start watching something else. But then I found out that everyone was watching Cartoon Network anyway, and I was like, okay. I guess I'll just watch some of these for a little while, and then I watched Dragon Ball Z, and I was like, this is like one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. And that comes from someone who's probably seen every episode of Rugrats. So I was like, that's enough. I'm just gonna go back to doing what I want to do. Oh, a new Sonic game came out? I'm buying that shit. Let's get my life back on track. Quailman would be a great character, too. I think Disney owns him now, though, so they probably can't. Which is unfortunate. Oh, that drop! I didn't think that was actually going to work. I was 100% certain that was going to backfire. I was already ready to be like, oh, well, it was worth a shot. Fucking hell. Really? Why? Bum, 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 bum. That's unfortunate. God damn it. The steal. Did Riley swap to a fucking baby? You little troll. Oh, you just didn't like her moveset? Are people, like, still playing it? I've mentioned before that it's kind of like... I've noticed something about the fighting game community, and that's whenever a new game is coming out, they're super hyped for it, but then it comes out, people play it for, like, a week, and then they just are like, I guess I'm just gonna move on to being hyped for the next game now. Like, I haven't heard anything about Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl since it came out, basically. I occasionally see oh, there's more DLC, but I don't hear anybody, like, talking about it. Riley, what have you done? Now, granted, part of that is I think my Twitter's broken. Twitter shows me, like, 5 trending topics, and it's the same trending topics every fucking day. When I look at it on my phone, anyway. It's always Metroid, Doom, Bayonetta, Guilty Gear, and Street Fighter. Every single day, it shows me the same 5 topics. And it doesn't seem to adjust. And it's also strange, because I never look for content. I never, like, Google those. So it's not an algorithm. It's like, how did it decide... It figured out to show me gaming content, but it didn't figure anything out beyond that. It was like, we're just gonna show you this stuff for forever. At least it stopped showing me mobile game bullshit. For a while there, it was showing me, like, Girls Frontline every fucking day, and I was like, this needs to stop. The porn's good, I just don't care about the game. Sorry, what? What'd you say? I deserve that, I guess. So I said Xenoblade a couple times. Failed to summon Mike. I said the word porn though, so where's Scarlet with 1 T? The pensive one. Oh, I got him! Go, Riley, go. Oh, come on. Why would you even do this to me? I hate my life. Come on, we were right there. God, that turn ruins me, like, every time. It's very deceptive. You... What? What is happening? Where'd that bomb come from? What? Oh my god. What on earth? I need a drink. And I think some pain relievers. Did Riley win? Did we at least succeed in that regard? It did sound like that game kind of came out in, like, a beta state. And there it was, like, kind of unfinished. But they did, like, add to it pretty quickly, so... Multiverses too, but that, like, is free to play, so that's a little bit more forgivable, I think. It like, kind of ensures you that there's going to be a lot of updates. I think my issue is, like, I don't even have much of a interest in Smash Brothers, so why would I care about Smash likes? And they very much, like, to be completely blunt, they really look like Smash likes. They didn't really try to mix it up enough where I'm like with what Koromon did. Koromon is very obviously inspired by Pokemon, but they weren't afraid to, like, be their own game. All-Star Brawl especially looked very... like Melee. Like, the physics looked like Melee, which was, like, immediately off-putting to me. Can't you even fucking wave dash in that game? I might be wrong on that. Yeah, didn't they, like, they've already added, like, 4 more characters to Multiverses, haven't they? Like, they're moving pretty quickly. They probably had a bunch of them ready to, like, trickle out afterwards, like how Pokemon Unite did it when that came out, and it was, like, every 2 weeks had a new character. I should not have broken that. No, I should have. We got Scarlet and Riley in front. We're holding down the fort. I looked at chat. It's okay, I got a mushroom, it's fine. ABC, always blame chat. Never forget. I don't have anything for this one, so you guys are on your own. Riley had nothing. You hate to see it. What? Come the fuck on. What a load of bullshit. I understand why it did what it did, but fuck you. Basically, their favorite game was Melee. That is such a red flag to me. I'm sorry. That's such a, oh, that's not gonna be good. That's like somebody making a game inspired by Mega Man and saying that X6 is their favorite game. I'm gonna be like, oh shit. This does not bode well. Probably have like 3 or 4 more races, probably, by the way. We're at 5 hours, 34 minutes at the moment. I'm starting to get a little tired. I think mostly because I'm hungry. If I wasn't hungry, honestly, I'd probably consider going a little longer. I guess that's fine. I don't think we've seen Subway yet tonight. I remember when Mario Kart 8 first came out, and I discovered that you could blow your horn on the starting line. I was like, online play is going to be unplayable. Because people are just going to be mashing their horns constantly. And then I very quickly noticed, oh, they were smart and made it that you don't see other players doing it. I legitimately forgot Bowser Jr. was in this game until this very moment. Do-do, do-do-do-do. Fuck you, Normio. I missed. I'm the worst. Come on, dude. What did I do to you? Oh, Riley, why would you do that? Oh, no. No, 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 no. I tried so hard to time that. And then Riley just swerved right into... Oh, come on! Have I gotten a single lightning bolt tonight? Like, I haven't, right? We've seen so many, I don't think I've gotten a single one. I think I've gotten one blue shell, maybe. Why did I shoot that? That was just my bad. Sometimes you wish you could take it back, right? Like, oh damn, I didn't want to do that. It's fine, this is fine. It didn't even hit me? Why did it hit the Waluigi? What the fuck? What happened? Did he pass me just long enough for it to lock in on him? I mean, that's what you fucking get. But but also, what? Why?
What a... These streams are always such a roller coaster. I think I've said it before. This game is just very like very high highs and very low lows. Where its races are either like a laugh a minute like that, or it's like I hate this and I'd rather be doing literally anything else. It just pinballs between the fucking extremes like crazy.
Man, those memberships still like just didn't show up at all, did they? What the fuck? It's really unfortunate. Must just be a YouTube problem. Yo, now you on that dry bones? That I respect. Man, I don't know why it clicked all of a sudden. For the longest time, I was like, I'm not gonna do another Mega Man marathon. We just did one. And now I'm like, dude, that was like 2019. Like, that was so long ago. So now I'm questioning how many of the weird ideas I had for the blue Blurathon. There's just gonna be a bunch of random Mega Man and Sonic games. Now I'm like, I could probably just move all the Mega Man stuff into its own marathon instead. Which works, because I had a lot of Mega Man stuff that I was like, oh, that's a thing we can do. I think I had more Mega Man ideas than Sonic ones, to be honest. So I think that works out. Honestly, like, keeps me glad that I decided to play Xenoblade on my own time. Because if we were also playing that on stream, I would never have time for anything else. For the rest of the year. I would be, like, locked into these, like, current games. I'm pretty sure that is awful. If I recorded everything of Xenoblade, recorded or streamed it... Well, no, if we streamed it... and each episode was 6 hours, we would be on episode 20 already. Except we wouldn't be. We'd probably be... I played that long, but... I probably wouldn't have been playing it as frequently because I would have been taking breaks to play other stuff. So I'm really glad I decided to just play that on my own time. I think that would have been a terrible idea to stream it. Even though I'm like... I kind of wish I could have shared my experience a little bit more. But that also would have been like 2 months of... Volpe don't bother coming to streams, which would have been unfortunate as well, so... I choose Chaos. Those are both fine options, but I choose Chaos. What up in, like, first? Do you guys remember when Nintendo made an official Mario Kart commercial that was like a bunch of people like playing online and getting their asses just kicked. And they were like, who are these guys? And then it like cut to Japan and it was like little girls. What? Scarlet, what have you done? What have you done? This crime can't go unpunished. I don't know what the punishment's gonna be, but this it can't go unpunished. At least it's over fast. I can at least give give this that over Excite Bike, because Excite Bike like does not. It still like lasts a little bit longer. Like we're halfway done with this already. Motherfucker. Ah, it was Riley. I'm sorry. You can't really blame me in this chaos. Give me something good. Yeah, it's a little too late. Get him! Get him! I hate everything. BMW Fault Pay is the weird real-life crossover they did in this game. What a strange thing that was. What was I talking about before Scarlet committed a terrible crime? Oh, what's the difference? I don't know cars. Now I'm like, what the fuck does BMW stand for? I don't even know. Oh, I don't know how to say that at all. I'm not even going to attempt. Like, okay, so never mind. No wonder nobody calls it by anything other than BMW, because I'm pretty sure if you pronounce that incorrectly, you're probably insulting someone somewhere. Not Mercedes-Benz. Everybody knows how to say that. BMW, I meant. Thanks, Toad. Good looking out. Yeah, that one. I can't even begin to bearish Motor and work. That's what you get, asshole. It still hit him even though he tried to brake again. Get fucked! You sweaty, sweaty sweater, you. That feels so good. I still think this is one of the harder courses in the game to, like, drive on. Like, these are some very difficult turns. Probably. It looks like it, yeah. The guy at 5th, too. Fuck you, dude. That's what you fucking get. Oh, God. Well, not Tokyo Blur. We've seen Sydney Sprint a couple times. I don't feel like I have a good idea of Sydney Sprint yet. Like, it's a cool spectacle, and I like it, but it's also, like, every race I go... First of all, it's very long, but every time we get it, I'm getting so bombarded with items that I can't, like, take in what the course is. You know what I mean? So my initial impression is that I like it, but I can't, like, say that for sure, I guess. This might be our last race. Yeah, we probably have, like, 2 more. Maybe just this one. It might be a case of what are the options for courses. And if we get really good options, I'll be like, okay, we'll do one more. If we get bad options, I'll be like, nah, fuck that, let's stop early. We did go a little bit later tonight, too, just because I started late. I'm just glad I didn't sleep even later. Usually when I, like, turn off my alarm and go back to sleep, I'm asleep for, like, an extra 2 hours. Pretty, like, at least an hour, and somehow I only slept for, like, 45 minutes. So it wasn't, like, that big of a deal. I could have very easily overslept and just completely missed the stream, which would have been unfortunate. I'm guessing what I usually do is I'll, like... I use my phone for my alarm. And there's not an actual snooze function, I don't think, for some weird reason. You think there would be. So I usually have to change the alarm myself and be like, okay, go up again in, like, 30 minutes. And then I'll go back to sleep. I must have been doing that, and then I, like, accidentally turned off the alarm entirely. So I wound up sleeping for, like, an extra hour instead of 30 minutes. Again, just thankful it wasn't, like, 2 hours, because that would have been problematic. You motherfucker. Yeah, that course was fast, so we can do another one. Not the greatest options, though. I'll go with Chaos. German for Bavarian motor work. That makes sense. Is this swag? I don't know if this is swag. I don't hate this course, but it's... Oh, okay. I wanted to hit this cocky cocklucky too, but that's okay, I guess. You know what we should watch on a movie night some point? Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Has anyone, like, not seen that? I think it's on Netflix. I own it, but I would have to figure out a way to, like, play it if if I was gonna play that version. I don't even have any regrets. What the fuck? That was strange. Ooh. Oh god. Probably Lexion? Hyundai's absolutely Japanese. And I thought Toyota was too, but maybe it isn't. This is a case of, like, I don't even want to finish the race. Like... Fuck that. I kind of don't want to end it on that note, but I don't want to push my luck and do too many races either. Let's see what we got. I think we're now in the state where we're going to be like... Do we have good picks? Like, hell yeah, Sky Garden. We'll only do one more. Oh, Hyundai's Korean. I'm surprised by Lexion, because they typically don't... They don't have an X. In, like... In, like, Japanese lettering. Like, they don't have X. Maybe I shouldn't look at it as such face value, though. Alright, this'll be our last one. I am pretty tired, I don't want to keep it going indefinitely. There's a part of me that's like, as long as the DLC's showing up, then we're good to go, but there's also a chance that we're not actually going to see the DLC if it comes up, so... Let's just
try and have a less shitty race than that last one. Who's in front of me? That sweaty tryhard and then Riley? In that case, fire, fire. I tried to avoid it, but there was... Okay, way to go. Oh my god, what is happening? Was this absolute chaos? This is fine. What? You can't pass through them with the boo? Okay, that sucks. That could have been significantly better. I did not realize that the boo can't pass through them. That's unfortunate. I thought I had something good going there. Alas, I'm not enough of a tryhard to know what boos can and can't go through, so you hate to see it. Yeah, those are like good tracks to just be like, nah, that's enough. Like, none of those are like, oh hell yeah, I want to do this one. I'm tired and hungry. What a fucking surprise, right? Alright, so that'll be it for tonight. I'll be off tomorrow. There's going to be another episode of Xenoblade premiering, so if you're not interested in playing it yourself, full pay, then I recommend checking it out. I'm having a good time with that game. I guess in those, like, 6 episodes I recorded, I maybe wasn't, like, completely in love with it yet, but, like, still. If anyone's, like, interested in the game, I think it might be a good opportunity to, like, see what the game has to offer, maybe. So, there's another one of those tomorrow. We'll be back on Sunday with Koromon, Monday Koromon, Tuesday Koromon. Probably, if needed, maybe we'll beat it sooner than that. I'm not necessarily expecting to. I'll be off on Wednesday, as per usual. Thursday will probably be Monster Hunter, and then Friday will either be Mario Golf / Fall Guys, or more of this. I'm not sure. I can't make up my mind. So I'll have to continue thinking about it throughout the week, so. And hopefully we'll, diverge soon, and be able to do some other stuff after we get Koromon in particular done and finished. Which again, not that I'm like trying to rush it, but it's definitely in the way of doing other stuff. So anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Thank you everyone for playing tonight. Thank you to Lightgazer and Theo for the gift memberships, although they didn't seem to stick, which is kind of unfortunate. But it's the thought that counts, absolutely. So it's still appreciated. I also need to work on getting a custom alert for those done, so I'm going to try and do that tomorrow as well. So I'll see you guys on Sunday. Enjoy your weekends, and I'll see you next time.